It being 2 o'clock, we will open the public hearing on House Bills 1 and House Bill 2. We, the members of the House Finance Committee, are gathered here today to listen to the public as we are analyzing the governor's proposed budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027. We must fit it to the revenue proposed by the House Ways and Means Committee. That revenue differs from the governor's estimate by almost $800 million in an almost $16 billion budget. Obviously, this is a bigger challenge than most budgets, but less than some previous challenges. We also have the fact that the current budget is on a path to overspend by about $50 million. We have new legislation passed by the House this session of $1.6 billion. We will deal with all this by a close examination of all departments so as to efficiency and employee vacancies. We may update fees that have not been increased for decades. We do not have any proposals for new taxes as of yet. Typically, 30 to 32% of our budget is from federal funding scattered throughout most departments. We do not at this time expect big changes in established grants. There is a lot of concern regarding the future of Medicaid. We have reason to think the federal changes are likely to sustain funding to the state, along with more flexibility. The governor has proposed specific changes to the state administration that will protect patients while recalibrating spending. The subcommittee of our committee is evaluating the governor's process. I will remind you that in the previous budget, we made a substantial increase in Medicaid due to the high inflation rate just prior to that budget. Now, I've given you a lot of information in this speech and still did it in less than 3 minutes. 3 minutes. This is the time limit we admire in this chamber, so we must restrict all your speeches to that time limit so that more of you can speak. I have over 100 requests. I also request that you avoid duplicative remarks. If several of you are speaking on the same topic, please shorten your remarks to something like, I am also speaking on whatever the topic was. I agree with the previous speaker and have nothing to add, or if there was some brief thing that differs from the previous person, that'd be a good time to add it. So, that is what we're here for. Here's the House Finance Committee, and we are ready to listen to your testimony. We will first call on Andrew Harmon. Go to either of these microphones there in the back. Thank you all for being here, and please, as I said, keep your remarks to 3 minutes. A lot can be said. Mr. Harmon, microphone right in front of you.
Got it. Yep, thank you. My name is Andrew Harmon. Is this on?
Hold it within 2 inches of your mouth.
Oh, like that?
That's pretty good.
Okay. Okay. My name is Andrew Harmon, and I'm a resident of New Hampton, New Hampshire. I also have the pleasure to serve on the Regional Coordinating Council for Community Transportation in my region, which is Belknap, parts of Hillsborough, and Merrimack counties. So I'm speaking on behalf of myself today, and I wanted to ask that you please look at adding back in the money that was taken out for supporting transportation for the biennium of $6.8 million. I also wanted to speak to the Medicaid that you mentioned. I work as an independent contractor, and my income is very fluctuating, but I tend to fall into that the granite advantage of 100% plus poverty by a little bit. And this 5% increase would be an income tax I'd have to pay, and I would not be sure exactly what amount I would be paying since my income literally changes from month to month. I've had some months where I've made as little as 200. I've had some months where I've made almost 1,000. And so not knowing how much I'd have to set aside would be a huge problem, especially since some of my medical needs are not always covered by my Medicaid. Thank you very much, and I wish you luck with all the testimony today.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. We'll next call on Glenn. It looks like Cablock from 603-581-6727. Is Glenn here? Oh, okay.
You might want to read the next name.
And after him, I'll be calling on Verna Sharp. So Vima Sharp. You might want to get ready if it's going to take a while. All right. Glenn, welcome.
Thank you very much. Before I do that, I'm just going to hand out these testimony to the committee member.
Would you give me the correct pronunciation? Yes, thank you. How is the last name pronounced?
Knobloch.
Knobloch, thank
That's
you.
Knobloch, like doorknob, door lock. Okay, my name is Glenn Knobloch. I'm here today from Wolfboro with my daughter, Anna Knobloch, who's right beside me here. Not present is my wife, Terry, who could not make it today. And we're coming here to testify in support of HBs 1 and 2. Just a little background, Anna's 28 years old, has been availing herself of, I guess what we call Northern Human Services since birth, since the day she came home from the hospital intensive care unit at Dartmouth. And our family really relies on these services, and so we're very concerned to see that they continue to be funded, and also there needs to be a mechanism in there for inflationary concerns, especially when it comes to paying for in-home supports and support people that help us inside our home. Anna has benefited from these services her entire life. It is very hard when you're in her condition. She has a neurological condition. By the way, she understands everything that's going on here today. She can see, hear everybody. She just can't speak for herself. I might also mention she's a registered voter, so if there's anybody here from the Carroll County delegation, keep that in mind. So early on, we've relied on these services to purchase things like wheelchair ramps, modifications so she can get in a wheelchair van. Simple tasks that many of us take for granted, I used to take for granted, are very difficult for Anna, getting around. So the socialization aspect from these funds is really important. Also, just the fact that paying in-home support is getting more difficult, especially in the Lakes region where jobs are trying to hire people is very difficult, and trying to pay a living wage to folks that come into our house to help care for Anna so we can have vital respite time and mental health break, if you will, for my wife and I. Because when we don't have that support, it's her and I, my wife and I, 24/7. So these funds not only need to be continued, but find some way to pay these caregivers a decent wage. It's a shame that folks that work for us, my daughter's medically involved, nobody can even work with her until they've had a month's worth of training, and they're paid less than McDonald's employees. No offense against McDonald's employees. So, so I asked for the committee's thorough examination of this. And you know, the Granite State has a wonderful tradition of supporting people like my daughter. We want that to continue.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Verna Sharp.
Honorable members of the House Finance Committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Verna Sharp, and I am a New Hampshire native. I'm here to speak on behalf of my 33-year-old disabled daughter who is in the hospital right now, so I appreciate the bump. Thank you very much. She is a New Hampshire resident, and she would be severely impacted by any cuts to Medicaid. She is in a day program through community partners in Area 9, and she also lives with a skilled home provider who is her caregiver and receives a decent salary for the very hard work that she does. Medicaid is such an important program, and it's more than just health care. It funds the services that we receive through community partners in Area 9. And I was here in 2011 to urge the folks to fully fund the wait list back in 2011 because Alyssa was aging out of the school district. What were we going to do? If she didn't have a day program to go to, I would have had to quit my job. I had a mortgage to pay. I would have lost my home in foreclosure, and then what? If I can't make a living and Alyssa's not in a day program out, and the socialization piece from the last speaker, very, very important, where would we be? So if we can all agree that we all deserve health care, right? But we're worried about the financial aspect of it, I would ask you to consider the velocity of money. If you pay a shop owner $100 for a good in their shop, that $100 that shop owner takes and maybe pays somebody else for a $100 service. That $100 service is going to be paying for that person's mortgage, their taxes, whatever expenses they have. The money keeps going. That's the economy. And I want you to know that Medicaid money, it doesn't just disappear in a vacuum. It isn't just this giant amounts of money that just goes, that's spent on something that's not worthwhile. It helps keep the economy going. It funds the salaries of the people that provide the services for Alyssa's day program and her skilled home provider. And if those funds are cut, I'll be back where I was in 2011, having to quit my job, in danger of losing my home, and just staying home with Alyssa, not knowing if her health care and her needs will be met. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll invite Representative Mark Vallone to speak, and that will be followed by Megan Sargent. Representative Vallone. There was some note about he had to be done and leave. Maybe he's already left. All right. Is Megan Sargent here?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Evans Doe. I'm the Director of Operations. I apologize about that. Can I reclaim my time? Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Evans Doe. I'm the Director of Operations of Team Select Home Care. We are a home care agency that provides private duty nursing and home health aid for medically fragile patients. I'm here today to strongly oppose the proposed 3% Medicaid budget cut. While this cut may seem like a cost-saving measure, it is ultimately lead to far greater expenses, serious consequences for vulnerable patients who rely on home care services. If this cut goes into effect, home care agencies such like ours will struggle to afford nurses and caregivers necessary to provide critical care for our patients. These patients, many of whom are children with complex medical needs, will be left without medical support they require to remain stable at home. Without proper home care, these individuals are at much higher risk of hospital visits, which are much more cost to the current Medicaid, much more cost than the Medicaid reimbursement rates. We only need to look back at a COVID-19 pandemic to see what happens when hospital admissions surge. Medicaid bore the financial burden of those admissions, and without adequate home care funding, we could see a repeat of this crisis. On the positive aid, the increase on Medicaid funding we've received has made remarkable impact. Thanks to the investment of our agency, Team Select was able to hire 102 more additional caregivers. This allowed to improve our caregiver retention rate by 87.3%, a critical factor in ensuring continuity of care. As a result, we've been able to provide an additional 4,000 weekly care hours. That's over 208,000 hours of annual care. Most importantly, this investment kept 168 patients out of the hospitals, with many of them graduating from our program no longer requiring medical coverage. This success isn't just about saving money, it's about improving lives and giving families peace of mind. I'd like to share a story of one of our patients who is currently not here at the moment, but I'm using the initials as LI, a 15-month-old boy who depends on G-tube trach and vent. LI spent his first 2 months and a half of his life in the NICU, but thanks to the care we've been able to provide at home, he hasn't had a single hospital admissions since we've been providing care for them. This has saved Medicaid thousands of dollars, and that's just one child. Imagine the savings when you consider the thousands of patients in similar situations. Cutting Medicaid's budget by 3% won't save money. It will increase hospital admissions and drive costs even much higher. Continued investment in home care is crucial, not just to control expenses, but to provide the quality care our most valuable patients deserve. I urge you to reject
3
this
minutes.
harmful.
Thank you. All right, so to give you some warning, I will next call on Michelle Schellenhofen, followed by Jane Astley. Is Michelle Schleffenhofer here? Here she comes. That one over there. How'd you find it?
Yeah, that's good. Hi, I'm Senate Finance Committee. My name is Michelle Schleden-Hoppen. Good attempt on my last name. I rely on budget money, Medicaid budget money to fund my living in the group home I currently reside in at in Renewable, New Hampshire, Easter Seals, and manages the house and once Sky owns the property. I also use those funds to maintain my health and wellness, and enjoy myself out into the community. I'm very adventurous. I also own my own farm business. So I am a taxpayer and a voter. I think I covered most of it. And thank you very much for hearing.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Jane Astley, followed by Brian Rill.
Sorry, I'm a little choked up after that. My name is Jane Astley. I'm representing myself and my father and a lot of my friends. The cost effectiveness in healthcare really is, it's terrible. We have a rotten system. We need to fix it. We shouldn't be taking money away from Medicaid. We should be putting money into Medicaid. I don't know what some of the friends or people that I've worked with would do without the assistance of Medicaid. It's very valuable. But really, I can't say enough about what will break a lot of people's hearts, make people suffer by reducing the budget. So I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Rill, followed by Frank Campo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brian Rill, President of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire. Mr. Chair, without objection, we have 4 members that would like to speak, and we'll take a very brief amount of your time, and then we'll move on. You won't hear from us the rest of the day. Today, I come before you alongside representatives from other key public safety sectors, including municipal police officers, state police, corrections, and parole officers. Together, along with the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire, which is the organization that I represent, we represent New Hampshire's unified commitment to the safety and security of the citizens and visitors of our great state. We thank you for allowing us to speak to you today as a coalition of dedicated public safety professionals who strongly support the inclusion of the Group 2 retirement provisions in House Bill 2. In 2011, the New Hampshire legislature enacted significant reforms to the state's retirement system aimed at improving the state's financial stability. While the intent was to strengthen the system, these reforms introduced sweeping changes to the benefit structure for employees already in service, changes that fundamentally altered the terms under which they had been hired and the benefits that they were promised. The impact of these changes has been profound and far-reaching, creating an unintended ripple effect throughout public safety in New Hampshire. Many of those affected, commonly referred to as the Tier B group, have expressed deep concern and frustration as they witness their retirement benefits, which they had worked hard to earn, being stripped away. This has led many to seek employment in neighboring states or to leave their profession entirely. This exodus threatens to undermine the integrity of public safety in our state, leaving the rest of us to pick up the pieces. Given that word of mouth is the most powerful form of advertising, reinstating these benefits for those who had them taken away should be seen as the most effective strategy for retaining senior leadership and attracting the leaders of tomorrow. It sends a strong, unmistakable message that the state upholds its integrity and keeps its promises. The reality that we face today is undeniable. New Hampshire is struggling to retain some of our most highly trained and experienced leaders, and it has been widely acknowledged that many who have left the profession have done so because of the midstream changes to their benefits. This is not merely an issue of policy, it is a matter of equity and fairness for those who have dedicated their lives to protecting their communities. We are deeply appreciative of Governor Ayotte for making this issue a priority in her budget. The retirement provisions included in HB 2 are a critical step towards preventing the continued loss of some of our most qualified and committed leaders. More importantly, they fulfill the promise made to those who serve and protect the citizens of our state. And if you'd just allow me to wrap up, Mr. Chair, we also wish to express our gratitude to this committee and to the House of Representatives for their overwhelming support of these very same provisions in the 2023 budget, which passed with strong bipartisan support, 282 votes to 80. This demonstrates the broad recognition of the importance of restoring these benefits, not only for public safety professionals, but for the safety and well-being of New Hampshire residents. We are confident that the members of this committee will continue to uphold their commitment to public safety and will pass these provisions once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank Campo, followed by John Sinelli.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Campo, and I'm representing the New Hampshire Troopers Association. I'm here to speak in support of the Group 2 middle tier retirement provision that was presented in the governor's budget. This provision is very similar to the bill that the House overwhelmingly passed 2 years ago. It offers no new benefits. It simply restores benefits that were unfairly taken away from first responders. Prior to those changes, New Hampshire never had an issue retaining police officers. Since then, especially in the past 5 or 6 years, police service in the state has become a revolving door. Those pension changes that took effect 13 years ago have changed the culture in police work. Being a police officer in New Hampshire is no longer considered a career, it's considered more of a job. It simply isn't worth spending a whole career in police work in New Hampshire. I have worked for the state police for 20 years, and in the past 10, 15 years, I've seen scores of well-qualified and talented men and women leave the state police for other law enforcement agencies in other states, as well as the federal government, that offer much better retirement benefits. It's time to change the culture back to how it was. The citizens of New Hampshire want their public safety personnel to view their service as a career, not just a job. Those middle-tier members that had their benefits stripped 13 years ago are now the senior personnel and the leaders in police and fire departments across the state. The time is now to restore the benefits that were taken from them so these leaders can, in good faith, begin to change the culture back to how it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Sinelli, followed by Seifu Raghazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is John Sinelli. I'm here today representing the New Hampshire Police Association. I'm also a sergeant with the Nashua Police Department. I'm here to urge the House Finance Committee to support House Bill 2, and particularly the restoring of benefits to the Group 2 middle tier. What we've recognized since these changes is police and fire departments across the state are struggling to retain their qualified people. With much of the workforce coming from our neighboring states, we have to stay competitive with our retirement. We are currently not, and more so, we have fallen behind significantly. For example, in Nashua, Massachusetts has been our #1 competitor and resource for employees. The Nashua Police Department currently has 164 active police officers with more than 20 openings. 107 of those 164 are from Massachusetts. That's 64% of our police department. Since 2011, the Nashua Police Department has lost 69 officers to resignation. That's officers that resigned prior to reaching their retirement benefits. Of those 69, 27 of them left to go to Massachusetts law enforcement, all citing that the retirement issues and the greater benefit in Massachusetts is the reason for leaving. Each officer who leaves, it costs the city of Nashua over $100,000 to replace that officer in approximately 12 months of training to get them up and running before they're considered part of the staff to go out there and protect the community. That's a great cost to the city, and this is a sweeping problem for each and every community within the state. So again, I urge the committee to support the restoration of the Group 2 middle tier retirement so we can provide the retirement benefits that our dedicated first responders deserve and help ensure we keep our trained police officers here in our communities and firefighters in our communities to protect and serve here. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we'll listen to Seifu Raghazi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Seifu Raghazi. I'm a Chief Probation Parole Officer with the state of New Hampshire. I'm also the president of the New Hampshire Group 2 Retirement Coalition. The coalition is currently representing firemen, police officers, corrections officer, probation parole officer, and nurses, what we characterize and define as first responders. We are here before you to express our support to the government, to the governor's initiative about supporting the Group 2 members that have been affected by the change back in 2012. Obviously, these are the people we depend on in bad times and during any difficult times in the state. During COVID, you all have learned and have seen when everyone is depending on first responders every day showed up to their work to protect the people of New Hampshire, the residents of New Hampshire's safety, and ensure at the cost of their own safety and risk. Since that change in 2012, we have become a recruitment depot for other states surrounding area. No state, and I repeat, no state, had taken a benefit promised at the time of employment 9.5 years after the promises were made. But the state of New Hampshire remained to be the only state in the United States that affected first responders. And this governor had acknowledged, as a former AG, this governor understands the need to maintain public safety, the need to ensure that we provide a quality of life to all of us in the state of New Hampshire. And she had put something in that budget. We would appreciate your support, your committee support to leave, because would like to remain as the #1 state in this region which maintains safety and security to the residents of the state. And any assistance you could give this governor to restore and keep our trained personnel and retain them, we, the Group 2 coalition member, about 1,800 members of the coalition, will be supportive, because at the end of the day, unlike other states, we're not asking for any kind of pension sweetening. We're just simply asking the promise that was taken unfairly 9.5 years later. So we respectfully ask the committee will support that the governor's initiative to establish a durable solution to this problem. And thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call on Executive Councilor Karen Leott Hill. Will be followed by Maggie Pritchard.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Karen Leott Hill, and I have the honor of serving as the Executive Counselor for District 2. We need to make life easier for Granite Staters, not harder. And when the state fails to cover its obligations, life gets harder for local property taxpayers. When the state faces a difficult budget environment and cuts spending, local property taxes go up. When the state reduced its retirement contributions for teachers, police, and firefighters from 35% to 0 in order to balance its budget, local property taxes went up to cover the difference by hundreds of millions of dollars, contributing to the high taxes many of us pay today. When the state fails to provide cities and towns with their share of rooms and meals revenue, local property taxes go up. When the state fails to cover special education costs and diverts taxpayer dollars from public schools to private schools, local property taxes go up. And when the state fails, thank you, but don't cut into my time. And when the state fails to fund an adequate education for all New Hampshire students, local property taxes go up. I know this because I've seen it firsthand for the past 20 years as a city councilor. New Hampshire property taxpayers cannot afford to give handouts to wealthy private institutions through universal vouchers, and low-income Granite Staters cannot afford to subsidize the state budget through Medicaid premiums. Please pass a state budget that meets the state's constitutional obligation to fund an adequate education for all Granite Staters and does not simply shift costs down to local property taxpayers. Thank you.
Next will be Maggie Pritchard, followed by Mary Wilk.
All right. Hi there, I'm Maggie Pritchard. I represent the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, and I'm currently the leader of Lakes Region Mental Health in Plymouth and in Laconia. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and I want to call your attention to the ongoing needs of the mental health system in New Hampshire. We've made some significant progress, but more work needs to be done. We're happy that the governor has called for an investment in mental health, but we want to make sure you understand what our priorities are. And our priorities really center around uncompensated care, housing, Medicaid rates, and community behavioral health clinics. So for uncompensated care, mental health centers eat, if you will, giving services to people who medically need the services that we provide, but we can't collect from private insurance and others on. We also have to deal with people who have Medicaid who are on what's called in and out. That's a very popular program, not with me or anybody else that I know of, but it is a deductible for people who are poor who can't afford to make those payments. And in order to get their medication and other services, we, the community mental health centers, eat those costs. The Medicaid rates, we are calling for an increase in Medicaid rates that's sustainable and ongoing, because as you know, our workforce is dwindling and we can't attract people who we can't pay wages that they can live on. We also know that the state of New Hampshire has invested a lot of money in what's called community behavioral health clinics. Those are a transformational change to mental health in New Hampshire where you have one-stop shopping and you treat the whole person. So you have medical services and mental health services all in one. The state has made a significant investment, but it's going to take the legislature to keep it up because it was funded on grants and has proven to be successful. We have 3 mental health centers right now, West Central, Nashua, and Manchester operating clinics. So I thank you for your time and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Next will be Mary Wilkie, followed by Tim Diaz.
Thank you. I'm Mary Wilkie. I'm a property taxpayer from Concord, and I urge you to take any money you might consider allocating for universal vouchers and direct it instead to our public schools. Proponents of vouchers will often tell stories of children who have found something lacking in their public school, saying we need to prioritize what's best for each individual student. But their focus is always on the child who wants to leave the public school and never on those who remain. Take 2 high school classmates, Josie and Marie. Both love art, but their school can't afford to provide art classes, their public school. The best way to address their individual needs would be to fund the district well enough that it can provide art, which would benefit them and many others. But what happens if instead we rely on a voucher program? Josie's parents take a voucher and send her to a private school with art classes, and her needs are met. But Marie's parents don't have that choice because maybe they can't afford the difference between the voucher and the tuition of the school. Maybe they can't provide transportation. Maybe Marie has a learning disability and needs special ed services that private schools usually do not offer. Or maybe no private school will admit Marie because she has a bad report card or disciplinary issues. So how exactly do universal vouchers prioritize Marie's needs? Over time, as more money is diverted from Marie's school to pay for vouchers, her opportunities will diminish. Maybe world language or lab science classes will be cut or class sizes increased. And this in turn will make vouchers more attractive to those who can use them, diverting even more money away from Marie's school. This cycle will ultimately lead to 2 parallel systems of educating the public, a separate and unequal system that meets the needs of students like Josie and leaves those like Marie with less opportunity with every passing year. From its beginning, the whole premise of public education has been to offer opportunity to every child, regardless of income or any other factor. And the way to do that is to fully fund our public schools, which are open and accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tim Diaz. Please restrict your remarks to 3 minutes. That will be followed. Thank you. That will be followed by Joanne Wilhelm.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Diaz, and I am the Executive Director of Meals on Wheels of Rockingham County. I also serve as Chairman of Meals on Wheels New Hampshire, a group which represents all of the Meals on Wheels agencies in the state at occasions such as this. Our agencies provide nutritious meals, safety checks, and precious human interaction to older adults in our state. In congregate settings such as senior centers and sometimes in local restaurants as well as home-delivered meals. On behalf of the over 20,000 citizens of the state whom we serve, I'd like to thank you for your past support and to ask you to revisit the prioritized needs submitted by DHHS, which proposes a modest increase to the reimbursement rate we receive for the nearly 1.8 million meals we serve each year. It is our understanding that this new rate was derived from a recent DHHS study of the costs agencies like ours pay for the services we provide. Your support of this request would help ensure the financial stability and indeed sometimes survival of agencies like ours. And that means we can continue to serve our clients in the face of rising costs. It means we can feed them, chat with them, make sure they're okay, and call a loved one or protective services if we're concerned. I hope I don't have to tell you that to the extent our service helps people age in place at their home, doing so is much less expensive for everyone involved than an unnecessary move to assisted living or even a nursing home. And that move very often comes after a 911 call due to a fall, which can sometimes be prevented by catching a safety issue at someone's home. What you might not have heard, though, because you are literally buried in budget numbers, I understand, is that something like 30% of our home delivery clients statewide tell us that their driver is the only person they see every week. Every week. Beyond that, many report that the meals we deliver to them are their only source of nutrition in a given week. So in terms of being the eyes and ears of the community on behalf of a citizen, sometimes we're it. And make no mistake, our clients are the people that served most of us in one way or another when we were younger. Moms, dads, aunts, uncles, veterans, first responders, den mothers, baseball coaches, local business owners, teachers. I guess I wouldn't be doing this job and I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe that we now have an obligation to serve them in a sustainable way. That they should be able to trust us to look out for them the way we once trusted them to look after us. I hope you agree. So I thank you for your support and your service to the state.
Thank you. Joanne Wilhelm will be followed by Ellen Farnham.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Joanne Wilhelm, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to HB 1 and HB 2. Doing away with the interest and dividends tax last year has created a budget problem in our state, but cutting essential services for our most vulnerable citizens is no solution, and it's devastating to the way of life here in New Hampshire. The governor's proposed budget makes deep and harmful cuts to Medicaid, affordable childcare, and housing, services that thousands of Granite Staters rely on. These cuts will directly harm low-income families, seniors, and people with disabilities, leaving them without the support they need to survive and thrive. At the same time, this budget allocates millions of taxpayer dollars to fund private school vouchers, primarily benefiting wealthy families who can already afford private education, whose children were already attending private schools and are now receiving a significant cash bonus. I want to remind this committee that the Education Freedom Account program was passed by being tucked away in the state budget several years ago. Do not allow this kind of lack of transparency to happen again. This is an irresponsible use of public funds, diverting resources away from the public schools and services that the vast majority of our residents depend on. Furthermore, by reducing state funding for critical programs, this budget shifts the financial burden onto our towns, forcing them to raise local taxes just to maintain current service levels. This approach is neither fair nor sustainable. I urge you to reject HB 1 and HB 2 and instead support a budget that prioritizes the needs of all of our residents, particularly those who are most vulnerable and cannot be here today to speak for themselves. Our state must invest in strong public services, not take them away. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next will be Ellen Farnham, followed by Rob Nadeau.
Hi, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Ellen Farnham, and I live in Tamworth, a small rural town with high property taxes. We have an aging population with many people living on fixed incomes, and we are struggling right now to fund our town services and our public schools. I therefore find it astonishing that this proposed budget adds to our problems by including money for educational freedom accounts. I oppose EFAs as they would drive up our already high property taxes and largely benefit wealthy families. My grandchildren, two of whom have disabilities attend public schools where they receive a solid education and the services that had helped them grow and thrive. EFAs will not only cost our state more money, but will undermine the public schools that have served my family so well. This budget also hurts our most vulnerable families by underfunding important programs that have already been mentioned here, including Medicaid and housing programs. We need the child care and a workforce. We need to attract we need child care and to attract a workforce into our area and to provide opportunities for our young people to live and work in our state. This bill will drive property taxes up and harm families. I respectfully ask that you oppose it.
Rob Nato, followed by Larry Carney.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. My name is Rob Nato. I'm a former educator and a member of the Hopkinton School Board and our board representative to the Hopkinton Town Budget Committee. I'm here to encourage you to support the caveats of House Bill 550 and 603 regarding adequacy, and 734, which I now understand is heading back to committee. The first two bills regarding adequacy, in my view, are simple, open and shut cases of fact. Base adequacy, as illustrated by the Conval case, currently comes nowhere close to meeting the financial realities of providing an adequate education for our students. For a school board, special education costs are the most difficult to forecast and most crippling to our budget process. For instance, in this calendar year, we are upside down $500,000 based solely on 2 unforeseen outplacements. So yes, I believe the base adequacy, differentiated aid for special education, as well as proration, must be increased in this budget. However, I would like to refocus the discussion onto the equitable distribution of the tax burden. Hopkinton just completed its 5-year revaluation. In that process, the magic number of 78% determined whether or not your taxes would rise or fall. Personally, my property went to 83%. My effective property tax rate, as determined by a percentage of my income, is 10%, more than fair in my mind. However, I was curious about the folks where it was perhaps less more than fair. So looking at the valuations, I wanted to see the percentages that increased between 150 and 500%. That means their taxes were going to double. What I found most striking was 62 of the 127 properties that fell into that category were in the Meadows, a quiet, lovely mobile home park in Hopkinton, where most of its residents are older, sometimes single, oftentimes on fixed incomes, and their property taxes have doubled, which is why I would also support the intentions of HB 734, the Income Property Tax Relief Program, to offset that. As spoken earlier by the Executive Council, when you increase adequacy, you help lower the burden for the people that are least able to pay that property tax. That, I believe, is a duty that we all hold as public agents. I sit on a school board as you sit here. It's very, very difficult work. I understand that. But we are still in the stranglehold of this archaic property tax system. So if we could work together to balance that out, to try and make things better for all of our citizens, for our students, through adequacy funding and through mechanisms for elderly exemptions and the property tax relief programs as they exist. Thank you for your time.
Larry Carey from Boscawen. Did I pronounce it right? Is it Caney?
It's Lori Carey.
Lori Carey. Thank you.
Former co-sponsor of mine on bills. She was a state.
That will be followed by Liz Cody.
Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Lori Carey, and I'm here today as a former legislator, small business owner, longtime school board member, and a current select board member. I served 18 years on a public school board, 7 years on a charter school board, and 2 terms in the New Hampshire legislature. These experiences have made one thing clear. New Hampshire's education funding system is failing our students and our taxpayers. That's why I, along with 241 local elected officials from 88 towns and 67 school districts, have signed on to the letter before you today. These signatories represent 90,738 students, over 57% of New Hampshire's public school population. This is not just a handful of voices. It is a broad bipartisan coalition of school board members, select boards, town councils, budget committees, and 9 of New Hampshire's 13 mayors. In my own district, I recently spent 8 hours over 2 days in discussions at the local school district meeting, annual meeting, only to see $2 million cut from our public schools because the state does not adequately fund special education. And even though our local budget in my own town has increased by just a modest 1.7%, it remains too heavy a burden on property taxes, especially elderly residents and young families. This is the reality in communities across New Hampshire. The state is pushing school costs onto local taxpayers and forcing districts to make impossible choices. No community should have to choose between cutting essential programs and increasing taxes on those who can least afford it. The letter before you is a clear and urgent call for action. The state must step up to fulfill its constitutional obligation to fund public education fully. Our students and our communities cannot afford another budget that ignores this crisis yet again. Thank you.
Liz Cody will be followed by Casey Neal.
Hello, my name is Liz Cody, and I am honored to serve as the school board chair for the city of Franklin. I am also proud to have signed the local elected leaders' school funding letter, along with 241 other elected officials representing 67 school districts and 88 individual towns. As the smallest city in the state, we possess a strong sense of community and pride and have made great strides over the years. Franklin has remarkable students achieving extraordinary things in our schools and communities, and our city and school board work tirelessly with our teachers, superintendent, administrators, and community members to provide students with enhanced opportunities. But the fact of the matter is, our children are being let down by the state, which provides only 36.4% of the city's total cost of public education. This inadequate state aid and its impacts are compounded by the fact that we are a community both disproportionately and negatively affected due to our relatively low property values. In short, the city of Franklin, its students, and its taxpayers are harmed by New Hampshire's school funding model. And we are not alone, as evidenced by the over 80 communities represented in the local elected leaders' school funding letter. I'm here today to support that letter and to let you all know that anything less than enforcement of the state court-prescribed definition of fair and adequate funding is a willful attempt to undermine the public schools, especially in communities like Franklin, until they no longer exist. And our students deserve better than that. In Franklin in particular, we have been creative, we have been innovative, we have been agile. We have forged partnerships and built agreements and relationships with other institutions and groups to try to get students what they need. And I say need because, as we learned with HB 283, students need and deserve a well-rounded education. And yet, as a reward for our diligent work in optimizing efficiencies, we receive less funding and are compelled to make additional cuts that adversely affect our students, teachers, schools, district, and community. We operate with reduced resources and staffing, and we must rely annually on inconsistent and variable grant funding to supplement the general fund. These struggles are perpetuated and exacerbated by inadequate state aid funding. Change is imperative. You can do better, and you must, for the sake of our students. Thank you.
Casey Neal, followed by Michaela Demeter.
Good afternoon. I'm Casey Neal with the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. I am reading a piece of testimony on behalf of Regan Lamphere from the National Board of Education. New Hampshire sends less money to its public schools than any other state in the nation. We are dead last. It's not just unacceptable, it's embarrassing. A budget is a reflection of your values. You spend money on what's important to you. Right now, 241 local elected officials from 88 towns and 67 school districts have signed on to a letter before you. These are mayors, school board members, town councilors, and budget committee members, including 9 of New Hampshire's 13 mayors. And 2 of the testimonies that I handed to you are pieces of written testimony from the mayor of Berlin and the mayor of Claremont. These leaders are responsible for making impossible financial decisions because of inadequate state funding. Together, these local leaders represent over 90,000 students. That's almost 60% of all public school students in New Hampshire. More than half the children in our state depend on the decisions being made in this room. In my own district, I've spent hours in school budget meetings only to see $2 million cut made because the state is failing to fund special education adequately. Even with the modest 1.7% budget increase, the burden on local taxpayers, especially seniors and young families, is too great. This is the reality in communities across the state. I've served 18 years on public school boards, 7 years on a charter school board, and 2 terms in the legislature. I have now seen how hard communities fight to support their schools, but local efforts are not enough when the state refuses to do its part. What does it say about our values when year after year the state fails to meet its constitutional obligation to fund education fairly? We are tired of waiting. It's time for New Hampshire to stop forcing towns to bear this burden alone. Fund our schools properly, follow the Constitution. Thank you, Regan.
McKellar Demeter, followed by Zach Sheehan.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and House Finance Committee members. My name is Michaela Demeter. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Dover School Board, who are all signers on the school funding letter you are about to receive. With over 3,400 students, Dover has the 10th largest student population in the state. We spend nearly $3,000 less per pupil than the state average, putting us 17th out of 161 districts. In Dover, like in every community, our board works diligently to make spending decisions that balance the needs of our students with the financial realities of our taxpayers. As you well know, the task is not an easy one. Because New Hampshire does not pay its fair share of the cost of public education, contributing a worst in the nation 19.9% of school expenses, our local taxpayers are forced to compensate in unsustainable ways. Dover schools spend 13% less than the average New Hampshire district. We struggle annually to meet the needs of our students, and our taxpayers still feel overburdened. The governor's proposed budget corrects a years-long underfunding of special education aid, bringing it level with the reimbursements currently submitted this year. But special education aid reimbursement requests continue to climb year over year. The Dover School Board advocates for additional funding for special education aid beyond what Governor Ayotte has suggested. In the past 10 years, the number of Dover students placed out of district increased from 40 to 61. That's a 52% jump in 10 years, despite the fact that our total student population decreased by 10% during the same time. Those 61 students received more than $7.4 million of services last year. That's an average of more than $121,000 per student per year. Out-of-district placements are projected to increase by 4 to 5% each year. You can see that on the back of what I handed to you. I gave you graphs so you can see that we're doing our due diligence. Conservative estimates indicate the cost will be more than $200,000 per student per year by the year 2034. The Dover School Board urges you to increase both adequacy aid and special education differentiated aid values to bring them more in line with the true cost of these services. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, I ask that we not be repetitious. It seems like we've heard a lot about school funding, more than we really need to know. We know that it's a problem. We don't need to hear it 50 times. Thank you. Zach Sheehan, next. Is Zach Sheehan here? He's coming later? All right, how about Lynn Peterson?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and you will be followed by Sue Vatnick. Thank you.
Please hear me. I'm one teeny voice, and I'm advocating for those with a broken brain. Until there is a miracle drug to help those suffering from chronic and severe mental illness through New Hampshire's community health and behavior centers. About 30 years ago, this great state of New Hampshire had a successful mental health system model and addressed the needs of those suffering from chronically and severe mental health brain disease. Then the system began to erode. But during the last few years, our system has begun to rebuild its house. New Hampshire's need for strong community behavioral health centers is critical for patients to learn how to manage their lifelong illness. Like our brains, the mental illness healthcare is a complex system, but now we need to maintain and protect our solid foundation in New Hampshire's mental health system. It is not ready to be torn down. It's ready to be built upon. I respectfully urge you all to have heard me, this one tiny person. So please don't pull the blocks out from our New Hampshire mental health system for a strong foundation. Thank you, and I respectfully appreciate it.
Okay, Lynn Peterson, followed by Sue Vatnick.
I am Sue Vatnick. I think Lynn just went. Is that correct? Yes.
Did I skip somebody?
No, she went, and then I'm.
All right, thank you.
So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sue Vatnick, and I'm a constituent from Madison, New Hampshire. I'm here to testify in opposition to HB1 and Trailer HB2. As a former special education teacher of 40 years and a mother of 3, I care deeply about the future of all of our children. Proposals in HB1 and HB2 threaten the well-being of New Hampshire's children. I won't speak to the education because there's been some eloquent conversations about that. Just know that I also really oppose the proposal to increase the voucher system and want the funding to go to public education. Obviously, as a special education teacher, I know the value of public schools. Healthcare, people have also spoken eloquently about the need to not cut Medicaid. That is going to also really impact the children of our state. Housing and childcare. New Hampshire faces an affordable housing crisis, and yet the proposed budget eliminates funding for Invest New Hampshire and Housing Champions, making it harder for families to find affordable homes. They also remove support for childcare workforce development, making quality childcare even less accessible. Again, impacting our children of New Hampshire. And finally, energy and our children's future. The budget moves $10 million from the Renewable Energy Fund to the general fund, abandoning clean energy investment and keeping New Hampshire reliant on fossil fuels, the only New England state to still do so. Later is too late to transition to renewable energy sources, too late for our children's future. I urge you to stand up for New Hampshire's children and reject these harmful proposals in HB1 and HB2. Our state budget should prioritize public education, health care, affordable housing, childcare, in our children's future, not strip them away. Thank you for your time.
Next will be Lynn Peterson, followed by Representative Wendy Thomas. I didn't hear that. Thank you. All right, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I also sit on the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. Today, I'll be speaking in regard to the rating of the $10 million of the Renewable Energy Fund. The Renewable Energy Fund, which is the REF, was created in 2007 as a component of legislation known as the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which is the RPS law. The RPS mandated that 25.2% of the state's electricity come from renewable sources by 2025. Each year, electric service providers comply with the law by acquiring renewable energy certificates, or RECs, representing electricity generated from renewable sources. The portfolio requirements increase over time. Electric service providers who cannot obtain sufficient quantities of RECs for a given compliance year are required to make alternative compliance payments, or ACPs. ACPs provide the funding for the Renewable Energy Fund, and the purpose of which is to support thermal and electrical renewable energy initiatives. The REF, administered by the New Hampshire Department of Energy, distributes funds through renewable energy rebate programs or competitive grant solicitations. The REF provides funding for the following programs: Residential Electrical Renewable Energy Rebate Program, Residential Solar Hot Water Water Heating Program, Residential Central Wood Pellet Boiler Furnace Heating Program, Low Moderate Income Community Solar, Commercial and Industrial Solar Technologies, C&I Central Wood Pellet Boiler and Furnace Programs, and C&I Competitive Grant Programs. Since its inception in July 2009, the REF has dispensed nearly $16 million in C&I project funding, leveraging almost $107 million in private investment, benefiting over 1,100 New Hampshire businesses. On average, the REF leverages 6 times more private investment than public dollars, and this past year it was a 9-to-1 ratio of private investment versus public subsidy. In fiscal year 24 alone, the REF provided commercial and industrial renewable grants supporting over 60 individual projects that improved competitiveness for New Hampshire businesses and manufacturers, while reducing impacts to taxpayers from municipal and school projects. Since its inception, the REF has also benefited more than 11,000 residents, small businesses, and municipalities, leveraging over $355 million in private spending. Gutting this fund would also affect our workforce. New Hampshire currently has around 3,500 workers in the solar, wind, hydropower, and woody biomass industries. These are good-paying jobs that result in energy savings for our neighbors and reduce the amount of money that leaves the state to pay for our out-of-state fuels. By raiding the REF fund and essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul, you will be taking jobs and business opportunities away from the New Hampshire residents and workers.
3 minutes.
Lastly, you will be violating a legislative agreement with New Hampshire taxpayers and stakeholders who supported the fund with the understanding that it would be used exclusively for renewable energy initiatives. Redirecting funds like this only leads to an erosion of public confidence in government fiscal responsibility. I urge you to not raid the REF money for the budget. Thank you.
Next will be Jake Reagan, followed by Maggie Larson.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Reagan. I'm the operations manager for Maxim Healthcare Services branch in Bedford, New Hampshire. We provide over 120,000 hours of service every year to families in New Hampshire and employ over 100 caregivers. Private duty nursing is a continuous skilled nursing care provided in-home for medically complex and vulnerable pediatric and adult patients. This is paid for via Medicaid, and these patients, many of whom require assistance such as ventilators and tracheostomies, require it to sustain life. These individuals require skilled nursing services performed in the home by a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse under the supervision of an RN from between 4 to 24 hours per day, every day, in order to manage their chronic condition safely. Maxim commends the General Court for their support through the pandemic to provide additional resources to BDN providers, including rate increases last budget cycle. The rate increases have been beneficial to recruit and retain nurses in New Hampshire. We've seen astounding recruiting and retention results as a result of this. In previous New Hampshire budget cycles, the lack of proactive investment in this area created critical access issues for services and left many patients forced to seek more expensive care in nursing homes or hospitals at precisely the time when the capacity was needed elsewhere. Each time provider groups such as ourselves and parents are forced to get involved and raise awareness, it is already too late. This committee had the opportunity and the responsibility to offer these children and their families a better way of life while also helping balance New Hampshire's Medicaid budget. Maintaining New Hampshire's Medicaid rates by including a cost of living adjustment or a COLA based on current market values annually for private duty nursing would place New Hampshire's reimbursement rates comparably with other New Hampshire healthcare industries and neighboring states. This will have a tangible effect on children, their families, and the great state of New Hampshire. Surrounding states have been investing in these programs by initiating rate studies along with COLAs and adjusting their rates based on these programs, and adjusting their rates based on recommendations from those studies. We urge this committee to stabilize the Medicaid program by funding the general funds with appropriate dollars by including COLAs annually. This investment will continue the course of private duty nursing care in the state and help protect medically fragile New Hampshire patients. Thank you for your support of home health care. We hope that the committee will consider our request and maintain PDN reimbursement rates for private duty nursing so that New Hampshire Care can keep their skilled nursing workforce. Thank you.
Maggie Larson will be followed by Shannon Tremblay.
Hello, good afternoon. I will be brief to honor all of my fellow New Hampshire people around me. I am in admiration of you. Maggie Larson, Somersworth, New Hampshire, school board chair, community advocate, and I'll say mother. I have heard what others have said before me, and a mark of a civilization, as famously quoted by Margaret Mead, is how we care for our most vulnerable. I love our state, I love our country, but we need to do better about how we care for our most vulnerable. It is fiscally necessary and morally obligatory. Our governor has stated, honoring our unbreakable commitment to those in need of our help reinforces the essential truth and recognizes that true equity requires targeted resources where they're needed most. We must not continue to balance our budgets on the backs of our most vulnerable or accept an education system where equity remains an aspiration rather than a reality. I see that our governor has a budget that demonstrates a willingness to prioritize these values. I want to build upon this foundation together collaboratively and further increase funding for public education, especially special education, to create a truly equitable system that fully meets the needs of all students. Our special education is a third of our budget. We have had to cut 16 positions this year, and that includes the trades. We are sinking as a small community that's full of hardworking people, but a lower socioeconomic class without property values. So thank you all that have spoken, and I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you.
Shannon Tremblay, followed by Mary Ann Barter.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Tremblay. I'm the director of the New Hampshire Childcare Advisory Council. The council, we hear from childcare providers every week who are on the brink of closing due to the lack of adequate staffing. This will get worse if the state does not continue to support the Childcare Workforce Fund, which allows childcare programs to incentivize teachers to enter and remain in the field. The state knows how effective these incentives can be, as you have used them to retain other critical workforce members in our state, such as corrections officers, EMTs, and recently the state police. The difference between childcare and these other essential fields is that we are an economic multiplier. For every teacher who enters or stays in the field, 8 parents can go to work. Those 8 parents will spend money in their communities and pay taxes to the state. Every cent of investment in the childcare workforce will be returned to the state multifold. Childcare is one of the lowest paid fields in the state, with the average teacher making less than $16 an hour, and the wages are lower than every other state in New England. If we want families to prosper in New Hampshire, we need to give the supports they need to do so, including a vibrant childcare community. Thank you.
Mary Ann Barter, followed by the second call for Zach Sheehan. Mary Ann is not here. Okay. Zach Sheehan, we've already heard from most of the members of the School Funding Fairness Project. I hope you will not be repetitious. We have your written testimony. Thank you. And that will be followed by Zoe Hill.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Sheehan. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Funding Fairness Project. With respect to the comments, I'll try not to repeat what some of the folks ahead of me have said. State budget is an opportunity to fulfill and fill some of the gap between what the state has determined to be the cost of an adequate education, about $5,000 per student, and the actual amount we spend in our public schools here in New Hampshire, upwards of $22,000 per student. This lack of funding from the state creates vast disparities between what our schools can provide and between what the property taxpayers have to foot in each community. About 70% of all school district revenue comes from local property taxes, the highest share in the entire country, where only 20% comes from state sources, which is the lowest share in the entire country. HB 1 and 2 present significant opportunity to start making steps in the right direction to increase funding for our public schools. People all over the state are demanding that you take this issue seriously and figure out how to increase funding for our public schools around the state. We continue to show that we care deeply about our public schools, that we work hard in our local communities to walk a very fine line between balancing the needs of our students and schools and those of our taxpayers. We're doing this work, and we really appreciate and would hope that the legislature will step up and meet us in that effort. There are also multiple recent court rulings that have found that the system used to fund our public schools is unconstitutional, let alone decades of other rulings from the Supreme Court that back up those same unconstitutional principles we're now operating under. Just 2 months ago, more than 1,500 people showed up at the deliberative session in the Kearsarge Regional School District and voted overwhelmingly to reject an attempt to slash their budget, showing again that when Granite Staters have the opportunity to engage and show support for the public schools, we overwhelmingly do. 1 month ago, more than 30,000 people signed in from every single city and town against an effort to slash the definition of an adequate education. Hundreds showed up here to testify against that proposal as well. And just last night, communities all over the state voted again and again to reject attempts to slash their school budgets and supported increasing funding in their local schools. There's ample evidence that this is an issue that Granite Staters care deeply about, and when given the opportunity, we show again and again that we are willing to invest and care about our public schools. This is not a new issue, there's not a lack of data, and I think what I want to close with is that every child in New Hampshire should have access to an excellent, fairly funded public education system, regardless of zip code. But this does not mean that we need to pit this issue against other issues, and there are ways to address all of these in a state budget for all Granite Staters. Thank you for the opportunity. I apologize for being late.
Zoe Hill, followed by Mike Shagru.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Zoe Hill. I'm a resident of Lebanon. I'm here today to testify in opposition to proposed Medicaid premiums. Growing up, Medicaid was how I was able to get needed medical treatment, including dental care. If my parents had to pay even $100 or $200, I would not have been able to get the care I needed. There are many children now who, like I did, are able to receive needed care because it is free to them due to Medicaid. Forcing families to pay for care previously covered by Medicaid will harm children in the state of New Hampshire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Shagru, and I have three perspectives I'd like to share in support of the governor's bill for funding for folks with disabilities. The first is as a parent. I have a son who has autism, and he was diagnosed early on with early intervention when he was 2 years old, and now he's 25 and he's working a job and with supported employment and supported help from job coaching, is able to thrive and be a member of society. Number two, I was a case manager in Oregon and Rhode Island, and watching what funding those two states have compared to, I don't know here yet, I'm only 3 years as a voter here in New Hampshire, but realizing the changes that it made to people with good funding. And the third perspective is I'm working right now as a caregiver, because I'm retired, with a family in Alton, supported by Lakes Region Community Services, which is great, but these two adult sons are at some point going to need more care, especially residential. So please keep going with the funding, and especially toward residential, because that's going to never get better unless we fund it.
I guess I've heard these two people came together, Tracy Long and Andrew Long. Are they going to speak either together or separately? They will be followed by Barbara Spike.
Dear Chairman and the members of the New Hampshire House Finance Committee. My name is Tracy Long. I live in Alton. I'm here to testify and urge you to fully fund the state budget for the BDS, Bureau of Developmental Services, and prioritized needs list. My son Andrew, behind me, lives with a developmental disability. It's something he was born with through no fault of his own. He is 31 years old, and due to the lack of supportive housing, which the gentleman before me spoke of, in New Hampshire, he lives with his parents. He will never drive, he will never be on his own due to his disabilities. However, he does give back to society. He's a red-headed stand-up comic. He's a responsible Old Navy employee for over 8 years, a good voting citizen, a kind, funny, caring, compassionate person. He gives back to his community by performing civic duties. He has 12 years of volunteering at a variety of places, such as the Alton Town Hall, the Alton Fire Department, local libraries, Dover's Humane Society, to name a few. Thankfully, New Hampshire has always had a reasonable support system that has allowed him to live a life with dignity by being able to access the community so he can work and volunteer. He is here today and will speak about his job and his stand-up comedian work and volunteering. Let's see, the funding is critical to Andrew's continued success and ability to live outside the confines of his 4 walls of his house and to live a meaningful life, just like what we all want, to have purpose. I won't go on too long. Let's see. So in order for him to access his job, to be able to shred the old files at the Alton Town Hall, he needs help to get there. Without funding, Andrew's world would be very small. I'm aging, his father's aging, and we can only do so much. Never mind when we won't be here. So thank you for listening. Please support, fully fund the developmental disabilities and the BDS in general. We need you. Andrew needs you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Andrew Long. I am 31 years old, and I moved to Alton, New Hampshire when I was 3. I'm a voter. I vote in all the elections, and I'm here to testify why I feel it's important for you to fully support BDS and DD services. I work at Old Navy and have been for about 8 years. And I also worked at Hannaford's for around 8 years. I volunteer at the town hall, the Alton Fire Station, and the Cochico Humane Society in Dover. I also do comedy. I even performed at the request of Valerie Sununu for a state event in 2022. She and the governor have seen me perform for the Best Buddies Black Tie Gala multiple times. I do not drive, and I need assistance. This budget basically helps me live my life. It helps me get to my job and my volunteering. And other essential things in my life. I don't know what I would be doing without it. I would be stuck at home alone. And I don't think that's what you want for people like me. To be stuck at home and not be able to be out in the community, not be able to live our lives fully. It's essential to our existence that the proposed budget is fully funded. Thank you for giving me the chance to testify. I hope you understand that what this really means to me and thousands of others just like me.
Barbara Spike will be followed by Michelle Carrick-Canis.
Yes, good afternoon, dear Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Barbara Spike, and I live in Plymouth, New Hampshire, with my son, Charles White. I'm a single mother with no family to lend a hand. I urge you to fully fund Governor Ayotte's proposed state budget for fiscal years 2026 and 2027, and to fund the Bureau of Developmental Services Priority Needs List. I would also like support for specifically funding family support services. Charles would be negatively affected without funding these services. Because of the services, Charles has been able to attend events with Best Buddies at sports and healthy exercise events, including bowling, Zumba, walks, dances, and other social gatherings. He's been able to have pure companionship. He has only been able to work part-time and has for over 3 years with Market Basket, but I have not been able to work at all because we live in subsidized housing in Plymouth, and we have unfortunately for many years. The laws on this subsidized housing dictate an income cap and an asset cap. Once you go over either cap, you forfeit your apartment, which means homelessness. As housing costs have risen astronomically in the past few years with no availability and no reasonable rent, even if it's found, it leaves Charles and me staying in that housing. This is costly as these community events and social gatherings are often a distance away, involving wear and tear on the car. And Charles, although he's a registered voter and has voted, he will never drive. In other words, we're stuck. But it has only been manageable because of funding through the Family Support Services and the Bureau of Developmental Services. Thank you, Chairman Whaler and members of the New Hampshire House Committee for this opportunity to testify. This is Charles. Charles, quickly.
Hi everyone, I'm Charles White, and I live in Plymouth, New Hampshire, with my mom over here behind me. I urge you to fully to Governor Ayotte's the proposed state budget for the 2026 and 27, and the fund of the Bureau of Development. And to make it quick, my mom has been able to take me to trips, Best Buddies and Down syndrome team, and bowling, and as it shows at the PSU. Thank you so much, Chair Wyman, for your support and help with these Down syndrome people. Thank you.
Michelle Karakotis will be followed by Anna Byers.
Hello, my name is Michelle Karakotis, and I'm a Merrimack, New Hampshire resident. I'm mom of 3, and I'm the owner and director of Joyful Noise, a childcare center in Merrimack that strives to provide inclusive, quality care. I'm here today to oppose HB 1 because they didn't approve the $15 million workforce grant for early childhood as they had previously budgeted. My center received grant money prior that we've been able to use to support teacher retention by creating well-deserved paid days off for our employees, provide telehealth benefits to keep them healthy and in the classrooms, pay for professional development CPR certifications for all staff, and more importantly, provide pay increases. Although we'll never be truly paid what they really deserve, but the grant monies have gone to grow our staff and myself as leaders. I'm asking that you reconsider the budget to write back in for the grant to support daycare and childcare centers across all of New Hampshire, to be able to pour into our teachers to reduce burnout, causing teacher turnover, and provide provision to fuel our teachers to get their needs met to create a more stable early childhood education environment and quality care that our students and families deserve. Thank you for hearing my voice today, as it's my first time ever testifying, and thank you for your service to our state. Appreciate it.
Anna Byers, followed by Flo Dapik, or Dapik.
Hello, my name's Anna Byers. I am a CPA and the administrator at Eastside Learning Center. Eastside Learning Center is a childcare center here in Concord. We are licensed for 185 children. I am also a mom of 2, ages 4 and 2, and I also am a parent that pays for childcare. The weekly tuition for my family would be $700 a week. That is $3,150 a month. That is $36,500 a year. Why are these grants important? That's what I'm here to talk about, that $15 million workforce grant. The way childcare is set up in this country, it's imperfect. The entire burden rests on the families that need it, but everybody in this room, absolutely everybody, benefits from childcare. Without it, we wouldn't have a workforce. As it stands, New Hampshire has one of the highest living costs in the nation. Most families can't afford housing, can't afford pretty much to live here, definitely cannot afford to have a stay-at-home parent. Without this grant, childcare becomes more and more inaccessible to families that desperately need it. Without this grant, we're unable to retain and recruit staff. We sent out a letter to our parents last week that said, in 2024, Eastside Learning Center received various one-time governmental grants. These were specifically targeted to address the various challenges childcare providers are facing with staff vacancies, staff retention, and increased costs across the board. We recognize that the cost of childcare is a tremendous burden to families, and these grant funds essentially subsidized our personal costs and enabled us not to charge families the full cost of operating the center. With the ever-changing political climate, we cannot rely on these grants. These are not in the budget. As such, we are making difficult changes to our center that it's affecting 185 children. At the end of the day, to have a thriving
economy in New Hampshire, you have to have the infrastructure to support it, and that starts with childcare. Without childcare, you don't have a workforce. No matter what, at the end of the day, someone will be paying for this. Whether it be the families with increased tuition costs, with higher unemployment rates, without a workforce, someone at the end of the day will be paying for not supporting childcare. Thank you.
Flo Dapick, followed by Nancy Glenn.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Flo Dappis. I'm a senior at Hopkinen High School and also a student representative to the school board. In front of you is the aforementioned letter with 240 signatures from local elected leaders, including myself, calling on the state of New Hampshire to increase its funding for public education. Currently, the way that New Hampshire funds public schools means that local property values determine how high the property tax burden is on residents, and also the quality of the education for the kids there. Last year, you see it cost $21,545 to educate each student, but the state contributed just $5,148 per student. And that's not enough. Some towns were able to close that gap easily. Some, like mine, had to raise property taxes significantly. And by no fault of their own, some towns were not able to close that gap. Because you did not step up to pay for their education, the students in these towns were the ones who paid for it themselves by losing out on opportunities and resources in their schools. The vast majority, 85%, of New Hampshire students attend public schools. There are over 160,000 of us, and we can't vote. We can't choose where we live or where we go to school, but we all deserve, and not just deserve, but are constitutionally entitled to, an adequate education. We will be in school while you write and vote on this budget, so it is your job to represent us. Please consider my testimony in this letter as you work on the budget. Thank you.
Nancy Glenn, followed by Laura LaValle.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Nancy Glenn, and I serve on the Sutton Select Board. I'm here to express my strong support for increased state funding for public education and to echo the voices of the 240 local elected officials from 88 municipalities across New Hampshire who have signed on to a letter that's representing a broad and bipartisan coalition of school board members, selectmen, budget committee members, and 8 of New Hampshire's 9 mayors. Together, these leaders represent over 90,738 students in 67 school districts, more than half of the state's public school population. If you're wondering where Sutton, New Hampshire is, we are located in the Kearsarge district. Go Cougars. So you can imagine why it is important for me to be here today to represent my constituents. Our message is simple. The state is not fulfilling its obligation to adequately fund public education, and it's pushing the burden onto local property taxpayers. In small towns like mine in Sutton, this means difficult choices, whether to cut essential programs, delay building repairs, or further raise property taxes on working families like mine. We need a budget that ensures students across New Hampshire, no matter their zip code, have access to the education that they deserve. That's why this letter that was just put in front of you, thank you to the student that also shared her story as well, is so incredibly important. And it's not just a collection of signatures, it's a call to action from those of us on the front lines of local school funding decisions. We see the personal impacts these choices have on students in our schools and the taxpayers in our communities. And I understand the frustration in regards to the repetition of hearing from all of us about the importance of funding public school education. I too share your frustration in the repetitious nature that our state legislature has done in continuing to put forward bills to continue to defund public school education. So I can empathize with you on that. So I urge you to listen to the voices of local leaders, to the needs of our students, and to pass a budget that provides real, sustainable investment in public education. Thank you.
Laura LaValle, followed by Mary Roberge.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am from Meredith, New Hampshire, and I represent myself as a taxpayer. I'm not in the school system. I don't have children in the school system, but austere times call for drastic changes, and I apologize in advance. I support an adequately funded public school system, and I'm opposed to the EFA. I apologize. I know you've heard it. I would ask, are you listening? Have you listened to us? Have you listened to all of these people? We can't continue to make cuts in our revenue. At the beginning, it was stated that Governor Ayotte's budget is $800 million off. At that point, what do? You need to, number one, reinstate the interest and dividends tax, and you need to not pass HB 1422, which gives, it's called the Consumer Relief Act, but it really just reduces business profit tax, business enterprise tax, the communication service tax, and meals and rooms tax. Now, if you live here, you might pay a restaurant tax, but you're not paying meals and rooms, right? So here's the deal. If you pass that bill, by the time it's fully implemented, it will have cost a reduction in the state general and education trust funds of $374 million per year. So if $800 million is off, imagine $1.1 billion. As far as I feel, the state is not doing its job to fund the actions that are needed for the people of this state. And you're kicking the can down the road to property taxpayers. We cannot fund every single thing in the state while you lower taxes for the wealthiest and you pay for vouchers for people who already are sending their kids to public school. So I know the state has a lot of problems that have to be tackled. Housing, childcare, employment. You can't bring people into this state if they can't afford to live here, and if they can't find childcare, and if the schools aren't supported well enough, they won't want to come. So again, I thank you. I've never spoken like this before, but I thank you for the time, and I hope you listen, truly listen to what everybody here has been telling you, because we need this. We're your constituents. Thank you and have a great day.
Mary Roberge, followed by Erin DeBello.
Good afternoon, Representative Weiler and members of the committee. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. My name is Mary Roberge, and I am a resident of Manchester District 26. I'm an active volunteer with AARP New Hampshire, and I deeply believe in AARP's 3 budget priorities that support family caregivers and allow people to receive community-based care as they age. Family caregivers are the 168,000 people in New Hampshire who assist loved ones with chronic disabilities or serious health conditions. They provide $2.8 billion in unpaid labor annually. I know firsthand how important such support can be. As my mom's caregiver, I would visit my mom every day after work and help her with getting what she needed, be it her prescriptions, her groceries, taking her to her doctor's appointments or to visit friends so that she could remain active within her community. Programs that keep people at home and out of costly nursing homes save taxpayers billions of dollars every year. AARP New Hampshire has 3 priorities. Fund the New Hampshire family caregiving programs. It provides information and respite care for those assisting loved ones with Alzheimer's and other dementias, allowing caregivers to address their own needs and prevent burnout. Please fund ServiceLink. It serves as a single entity point for long-term support services. It offers information and counseling to help families navigate their care options. And 3, fund the Choices for Independent program. It is a fiscally responsible way to care for New Hampshire's oldest adults and empowers caregivers, preventing costly institutional care, and fosters a healthier, more resilient New Hampshire. These programs support family caregivers and enable community-based care, which is a financially prudent for the state. Please vote to keep funding in this budget, and thank you for this opportunity.
Next, Aaron DeBello, followed by Edward. Could be Shaughnessy or something close.
Hi, my name is Aaron DeBello. I live in Goffstown. I work at St. Teresa's Nursing Home in Manchester. I was born with a brain and body that do not work like other people's. This means I need extra help to work harder to learn things to be independent. I want you to know that the kind of people you budget, the kind of people the budget to support like me. I'm involved in the community through my job with elderly. I'm volunteer at the animal shelter. I'm a registered voter. I have a library card. Last year, I grew my own vegetables in my garden. My direct support person, who's funded by your budget, only works with me 5 hours a week, but helps me to achieve all these things, along with the help of my parents' lifetime of independence. Without my DSP, this wouldn't be possible. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Shanshala.
Say the name.
Shanshala.
Okay, thank you.
You'll be probably the only person you'll ever meet with that name, by the way. So I'm the CEO of Ammonoosuc Community Health Center. It is a federally qualified health center in northern New Hampshire. 26 towns, 30,000 residents. We see 1 in 3 of the residents. I won't read the testimony to you. You have it in front of you. I'll just hit some highlights. So when we invest in primary preventive health care, the return on investment is $13. And as a fiscal conservative, it's hard to find something, especially in today's stock market, that's going to give you that kind of return. So it's a good investment. And it's an investment in your friends, your families, your neighbors, and yourselves. Because I think we all want to be healthy for a variety of reasons. We want to go to our son's baseball game, our daughter's graduation. So most of why we want to stay healthy is because of relationships, or you want to hike in the White Mountains, things like that. When we look at Medicaid, the return on investment really is an economic multiplier. For every dollar of Medicaid, there's a threefold economic multiplier. So if we put that in human terms for Ammonoosuc Community Health Services, that sees approximately 9,000 patients, that's about 1,300 care visits for the Granite State program. So I really think that's a significant investment in the health and wellness of our friends and neighbors and our families. They work in New Hampshire. A lot of them are small business owners. And if they're not healthy, they may not have the bench depth to have a waitress or to have a cashier or to have a mechanic at the automobile shop. Lastly, I'll point you to the second page because I had a chance to speak with some patients about, what does health insurance matter for you? In this instance, Medicaid, but it could be Medicare, it could be something off of the marketplace. And what does it mean to be well and healthy? So there's just a sampling of those for you. And just one last thing, I am the product of public education from an Appalachian Economic Development Zone. So I hope that you're pleased with the return on that investment of people who were older than I was, who saw the value in investing in my education. I hope that working in a community health center, I'm giving back to the community. So I would encourage you to invest in the health and wellness of the children because they will be making my end-of-life decision, and I prefer them to be really smart. So thank you for your time.
Deb Nelson, followed by Heather Pike.
Good afternoon. I don't apologize for repeating some of what other people have said. It's just too important. My name is Deb Nelson, and I serve on the Hanover and Dresden school boards. I am also, by the way, a retired public school teacher. I regret that my public colleagues did not include teachers in their concerns about retirement benefits. But I am here today to underscore the urgency of New Hampshire's school funding crisis and to emphasize the concerns of my colleagues who have signed the letter that you received already. As you know, leaders from 88 municipalities and 67 school districts signed that letter. Its signers include, as you know, members of school boards, select boards, town councils, and budget committees. We see the consequences of our current funding system, which is failing our taxpayers every day. In Hanover, we are very fortunate, as I think probably a lot of you know, to have a very strong local tax base. And this, unfortunately, many communities across the state are not in a similar position. And you've heard many of them speak to you today. And this imbalance, this misbalance, this inequity matters to me and my colleagues. It is a sorry statement about public education in New Hampshire that many other districts do not have the resources we do. Towns with lower property values are struggling to provide even the most basic educational opportunities for their students. The current system forces communities into a lose-lose choice. Either raise property taxes to make up for inadequate state aid or cut critical programs that our students need. We need, our students deserve, our families want, our communities ask for a budget that meets the state's constitutional obligation to fund public education fairly and adequately. The letter before you is more than a set of signatures. It's a resounding call from those of us responsible for making school budgets work. We need the state, you folks, to make a meaningful investment in our public schools. Our students and our taxpayers cannot afford to wait. Thank you. I was going to the end of my sentence. Thank you.
Heather Pike, followed by LaQuisha Gebhardt. Again, I don't think we need to hear 100 times about school funding. We are aware of it.
Mr. Chairman and the committee, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Heather Pike. I'm from Pittsfield, New Hampshire. The testimony I gave you is several pages, but I have made a condensed version so I don't go over. I'm here to speak about Medicaid. For those who are disabled, Medicaid is an irreplaceable lifeline, not only for them, but their families. Also those who are working, but who cannot afford to pay for private insurance. I'm going to give testimony today from my own family stories, one from each end of the spectrum of those young adult New Hampshire citizens who rely on Medicaid for their mental health services. One story is about a 4-year college graduate, currently self-employed. After several draining years of trying to establish as a professional working with children with autism, COVID hit and they were back living at home until clinical depression took them out of life's hope and engagement. Unable to afford medical care, loved ones stepped in to help this young adult get Medicaid-funded insurance, thanks to the expansion, and mental health care. So now they have re-entered the stream of life and picked up on building their dreams as young adults should. Medicaid-funded insurance gave them access to mental health care. It was health care access that put this young person in a position to re-enter their world and get back working again, not the other way around. The second story is another loved one living with complex medical issues, including an intractable and life-threatening mental illness who relies on Medicaid for services and supports for aspects of daily living and health care. This person lives in a rural area with very few options or resources to basic access for things we all hold dear. Like most people in their position, they are a pedestrian, and they rely on the CTS through Medicaid for their transportation to their medical appointments. This person also relies on a community mental health center, a case manager to interface for all their use of center services, but as one case manager noted, with about 65 clients apiece, these clients who need more than basic services, there is no way realistically to make that happen sustainably. So I'm speaking here of the community mental health cares wanting to provide much needed services, but they cannot because of the uncompensated categories for services. So that's one of my emphases, that I ask you to address those. And when you read my testimony, you look in the middle of it, there's a little Easter egg in there about what will surprise you about what's not compensated. None of us are immune from illness or misfortune that can lay us low or cause us to lose all we thought we had control over.
3
You
minutes.
never know. Health is the first wealth. Please do what you can to help it in the budget. Thank you.
Susan Stearns, followed by Danielle Robinson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Susan Stearns, and I'm a resident of Samberton. In the interest of full disclosure, I am employed as Executive Director of NAMI New Hampshire. However, I am not here today in that role. Rather, I am here as a family member of a loved one living with a mental illness. My family member is 53 years old and has been living with this severe and persistent illness since his late teens. He receives Social Security benefits, accesses mental health care through his local community mental health center, and has lived in his own small apartment for many years thanks to a Section 8 housing voucher. Due to his disability, he has significant challenges managing money. So his father is his legal representative payee, making sure that his rent and utilities are always paid on time and that he has food. After paying all his bills, my loved one has $4 a day in spending money, which gives him a small bit of autonomy that is incredibly important to him and his mental well-being. He used to be able to purchase a coffee and donut with his daily $4, but due to rising costs, he can no longer afford the donut. Of course, he did receive a $30 a month COLA increase from Social Security at the beginning of the year. As a result, his Section 8 housing voucher was reduced by $32 a month. It's not even a zero-sum game, folks. You might think my loved one's financial situation is exceptional because of his very limited means. It is sadly exceptional because he does have subsidized housing, and thanks to his father's careful management, he has $4 a day in his pocket, something that allows him to meet his one friend and have a cup of coffee. For people like my loved one living with a severe and persistent mental illness, even the smallest increase in something like a prescription copay will have a significant impact. My loved one has family who will help him, of course. Many people living with serious mental illness do not, however. And the outcomes for many will likely be not being able to fill prescriptions, resulting in far more costly interventions such as hospitalization. I know that the task before you is very difficult. I ask that you remember people like my loved one whose financial situation makes them especially vulnerable to even the smallest changes in income. And I thank you for your steadfast service to our state and care for all Granite Staters.
Susan, excuse me, Susan Stearns, followed by Danielle Robinson.
You're Susan. I'm Danielle.
Say that again.
That's Susan. I'm Danielle.
Oh, I already
So we're
called
good.
Susan.
Yep.
All right, so now it's Danielle Robinson. Thank you.
Yep. Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Robinson, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the families, children, and child care providers who depend on the New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program. At the ARC Learning Center, we have 3 locations in Tilton, Hooksett, and Londonderry, and we see firsthand the impact of this program. In Tilton alone, 55% of my families rely on it to afford safe, quality child care while they work. While this program is essential, it's not without its flaws. Managing it requires a dedicated staff member spending multiple hours a week just on billing, tracking attendance, obtaining signatures, and monitoring for a sudden scholarship link. Something that happens without warning over 90% of time, the scholarship link will drop without warning. Because these funds are paid retroactively, when the link drops, families suddenly face an average unexpected bill of $900, forcing them to pull their child from care. This leads to job loss, disrupted care, and providers losing tuition they were counting on. Enrollment delays create further hardship. It can take weeks for a scholarship link to appear, meaning families must either pay out of pocket or delay starting their new job. This system is not working for the people it was meant to help. At the same time, we must address the challenges facing our teachers. The state expanded funding through the Workforce Assistance Pilot Program, yet the process to access these funds is so burdensome that it's failing those it was meant to help. At the ARC, we provide free childcare to all of our teachers. This cost us $270,000 in 2024. This was a benefit that we hoped that this program would help us be able to sustain. However, in the 3 months that this pilot program has been working, 0 out of my 15 teachers have been approved. And one of our teachers that was previously approved for the scholarship program had her link drop suddenly with no explanation and no change in financial status. So I guess we can say -1 teachers has benefited from this program. Everyone is stuck in an endless cycle of paperwork, resubmissions, and rejections, even when they can prove that they submitted the required documents. The process is so convoluted that teachers must apply through the regular scholarship program, get denied, then start over entirely once denied, facing more paperwork, more interviews, and more barriers. For our teachers who are on the regular New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program, their cost shares are so high that the ARC is still covering over 50% of their child's tuition. If we truly value childcare as an essential service, one that keeps parents working and strengthens our New Hampshire economy, then we must reduce the barriers, not create more. The New Hampshire Child Care Scholarship Program must continue, but with improved accessibility, and the Workforce Assistant Pilot Project must continue, but be reformed to actually work for the educators it was designed to support. Our families need this, our teachers need this. Let's work together to make sure it works for them. Thank you.
Rob Nato, and I discovered a card here of someone that had to leave early. Is Stacy Curtis here? What was that? Rob Nato spoke. Thank you. How about Stacy Curtis? Has she been here? She left. How about Nicole Sheaf? And she'll be followed by Mackenzie Nicholson.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Sheaf, and I am a resident of Exeter. I am here on behalf of my 4 children with developmental and mental health disabilities. I ask that you oppose the current budget and modify it to match requests from the Bureau of Developmental Services and Bureau of Mental Health. 5 years ago, before the pandemic, I was forced to quit my job as an occupational therapist of 20+ years, only to provide care and service coordination for my children, as we did not yet have access to in-home services. We relied on Medicaid for health care, as I carried private insurance when I left. My young daughter required several residential placements during this time and received life-saving mental health treatment. She is now home and thriving. My 20-year-old son graduated high school 3 years ago with honors due to receiving appropriate supports and services. He transitioned to adult services and waited a year to find direct service providers due to the inadequate staff and salary funding. He had about 5 direct service providers over the past year, was doing excellent at his job, and then during gaps when our service providers left, was asked to leave his supportive employment. He currently is sitting at home, not contributing to the economy nor living a fulfilled life. Still waiting for staffing, here is a smart and able young adult who can positively impact his community, and he is not. He is excited to live away from home, learning how to manage his own apartment with on-site staff support, but without funding residential options, this takes away his ability to live independently. This also takes away my ability to go back to work, and we lost half of our income. Currently, rent in Exeter for a 1-bedroom apartment is $2,000 a month. There is no way he can afford this. There's no way I can build an ADU to have him live in my house. I ask you to help children and adults like mine live their best lives by funding the budget requests of the Bureau of Developmental and Mental Health Services. Thank you.
Mackenzie Nicholson, followed by Megan Brabeck.
Good evening, Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Mackenzie Nicholson. I have the pleasure of being the Senior Director for Moms Rising in New Hampshire, a community of moms, parents, and caregivers across New Hampshire who are deeply invested in the future of our families, our workforce, and our economy. Budgets aren't just numbers, they're moral documents. They show us what we value. The decisions made in this budget will shape the health, stability, and the economic future of New Hampshire's families. Here's what we're asking of you. Invest in childcare because parents can't work without it. Parents in New Hampshire are facing a crisis when it comes to childcare. Working families are struggling to afford it, and providers, who are the workforce behind the workforce, cannot make ends meet. Without continued investment, we risk losing more childcare providers, pushing parents out of the workforce, and stalling our economic growth. We need sustainable childcare solutions that allow our families to thrive and our economy to function. Protect Medicaid because health is not a lifeline. Protect Medicaid because healthcare is a lifeline, not a luxury. Over 170,000 Granite Staters, including children, pregnant people, families, rely on Medicaid. Cuts in these proposed changes would mean fewer families accessing life-saving care, more strain on hospitals, and worse health outcomes across our state. Protecting Medicaid isn't just the right thing to do, it's a fiscally responsible investment in public health. I'm also asking that you preserve funding for family resource centers because strong families mean strong communities. Family resource centers provide crucial support, parenting classes, maternal mental health screenings, home visiting programs, and more. These centers are lifelines for families facing their most challenging days. Cutting this funding would be devastating, especially in the middle of a growing maternal health crisis. We want to keep families, babies supported, and we want to keep strong communities. We must keep these investments intact. Lastly, keep public education dollars where they belong, in public schools. New Hampshire's public schools are the hearts of our community. Every dollar diverted away from them weakens the system that the vast majority of our kids use. Our teachers, students, and schools need resources, not roadblocks. Public tax dollars should stay in public schools to ensure that every child, no matter which town they live in, gets access to a high-quality education. Moms, parents, and caregivers across New Hampshire are watching this budget process closely. I know because we're bringing it to them. We're making it more accessible, answering their questions, their concerns, hearing them. You may find me repetitive, but this is the people's house. And in the moms that I'm talking to, they don't feel heard. Because hearings like these happen during the middle of the workday with only 5 days' notice. That doesn't just shut families out of the process, it shuts out the very people that these decisions impact the most. And those decisions matter. They determine whether young families can afford to stay, move here, and build a future in New Hampshire. And it's not just about those families, it's about the future of our workforce and our economy and our communities. We urge you, prioritize funding for childcare, protect family resource centers, keep Medicaid strong, ensure public dollars stay in public schools. Moms are watching. Thank you.
Megan Brabeck, followed by Oscar Lakowicz.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Brabeck Tothill. I live in Newmarket, and I'm here today with Save the Children Action Network to talk about childcare. First, I want to share a story from Laura Lee Baker, a childcare director from Epping, who wasn't able to join us here today. She shared that she first started in the workforce in 2003, but had to leave once she had kids due to the high cost of care for her own kids. She said, quote, "Despite these challenges, I remained committed to my career, working hard to earn my degree in early childhood education while balancing the responsibilities of being a mother. In 2012, I took the opportunity to further my education, and by 2014, I graduated and began working as a lead educator at a childcare center. However, I quickly found that despite my degree, the pay was still insufficient to support my family, forcing me to leave the field again. She's bounced in and out of the field since then until she got a director role in 2023. You've heard wages for early educators are low, and yet childcare in the Granite State is unaffordable for most working families. I want to share some polling information. Recent polling of Granite Staters shows that nearly 3 in 4 voters believe the state should be doing more to support working families by improving access to quality, affordable care. 86% of voters view funding for the child care and preschool system as a good investment of taxpayer money. This is not a partisan issue, it's a family and workforce issue. That's why I urge you to take 3 steps in this budget. First, protect investments of the Child Care Scholarship Program. Nearly 9 in 10 voters support maintaining funding for this program. Second, extend the Child Care for Child Care Workers pilot beyond 6 months. This is not enough time, as you've heard, to fully assess its impact. We need at least a year to allow workers to learn about the program, apply, and for us to gather meaningful data on its efficacy. If we want to solve the staffing crisis in childcare, we need sustainable solutions, not quick fix programs that disappear before they can make a difference. And lastly, please restore the $15 million Child Care Workforce Fund. This fund was created to support childcare professionals by providing grants for bonuses, benefits, and professional development. Right now, even the most experienced childcare professionals often earn less than the federal poverty level. The average pay is $15 an hour, less than most fast food jobs. This low pay is a major reason why so many childcare programs have long wait lists and cannot meet demand. Investing in the Child Care Workforce Fund is a direct investment in the stability of our childcare system. 82% of voters support continued state funding to recruit and retain childcare teachers, and nearly 2 in 3 voters said they would have a less favorable view of their legislator if they vote to cut this funding. I urge you to make the right choice for New Hampshire families and our economy and invest in childcare. Thank you.
Oscar, tell me the pronunciation last name.
Lakovich.
Lakovich, thank you. Will be followed by Deborah Howes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Oscar Lakowitz. I have lived in New Hampshire my entire life, and I'm currently a junior up at Plymouth State University. I'm studying political science up there, and I'm here today to express my concerns for the proposed budget cuts that would include programs at my university. Plymouth State University is currently seeking to cut its budget by 2% and has provided a working plan to do this that would fire 30 faculty members and greatly reduce the humanities department. This is a temporary solution to a much larger problem that we're facing, a solution that will not hold forever. I expect that the solution will not hold for the next 5 years. These budget cuts will not stop at just the humanities. When Plymouth State is again faced in another 5 years with budget cuts, they will look to the next group of the most vulnerable majors. After that, they will go to the next group, and then the next. I believe that Plymouth State University will be budgeted out of existence in the next 15 years. These budget cuts will not just kill Plymouth State University, but will strangle the many small businesses that rely on the student body to keep their doors open. These budget cuts will destroy the unique community that has developed between the campus and the town, dismantling the decades-long relationships formed between local organizations and campus groups. The budget cuts will destroy the majority of student organizations primarily ran by humanities majors. These programs make Plymouth the charming campus that invites new students to take a chance on Plymouth State. I implore you all to reconsider the future of New Hampshire's youth and prioritize our education and pass on to the next generation the great state that I was able to grow up in. Thank you.
Okay,
Deborah Howes, followed by Katie Brissett.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler, members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Deborah Howes. I am president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. And yes, I am here to talk about education funding. If you didn't want to hear about it, then perhaps you can fix it in this budget and we won't have to repeat this in 2 years. I will try and summarize because I do have written testimony to hand in. So we are here to oppose this budget as it is currently written, and we hope that you will make great strides in bringing the state into constitutional compliance with its duty to all Granite State children. All Granite State children have the constitutional right to a robust public education in their school district, and the state has the obligation to fund it. Right now, our current funding model relies about 70% on local property taxes, 20% on state revenue, and as of at least yesterday, about 9% on federal sources. We don't know what's happening with that. Because of that, we have a very varied experience in our public education from district to district, to the point where in some schools you have a wide variety of, say, advanced placement classes that students can take in high school, and in other districts they can't hire and retain math teachers in the high school. They have to do a virtual option where the teacher is not available in person to help students who are stuck on something, and they have teachers who cannot differentiate lessons for students with special needs, for students who come from a different language background, but all of those students have the right to take math classes in high school. That is not a robust public education. It's not even a basic public education when you can't provide that. So we want you to really make strides on fixing this funding formula, even though we know revenues are limited. That's a whole other discussion that I heard someone address very well here. The second thing, we do realize there is more funding in there for special education grants, but not enough. It only meets the needs as they were 2 years ago. Those are needs to support extraordinary needs for support that students have to access their public education, but it's always a year behind. And what the governor budgeted for is what was needed 2 years ago. Costs have gone up in the last 2 years. Districts need more than that right now, and they will need more going forward. So even though the governor put more in her budget, it's not enough. You're going to keep pitting special education needs against what's the rest of the school budget and cause that hollowing out of your already skimpy education to the detriment of all students. The third thing, expanding vouchers. Providing a robust public education is a constitutional right for every student and a constitutional duty for this legislature. Paying for the private educational choices of Granite State families is a choice this legislature made. Paying for it is not something you have to do. When the revenues are limited, you don't make extra expenses. You don't pay extra. You don't go out shopping on a shopping
3 minutes.
spree. Okay. Last thing, university system, we just heard about it. Don't cut that further. Our Granite State families deserve an in-state choice that they can afford to send their children to, so they will stay in-state. Thank you.
Katie Brissett, followed by John Lapie.
Good afternoon. Members of the House Finance Committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Katie Brissett, and I work with an organization called Early Learning New Hampshire. We are a statewide nonprofit, and part of our mission is to support early childhood programs such as Head Start, Childcare, preschool, after school, and the children and families that they serve. I'll cut my comments down a little bit because I agree with a lot of the childcare information that you've heard already today, but I did want to briefly just share that some of the things that we're hearing from the field. For the past 5 years, twice a month, we hold Zoom calls with the childcare community. And on any given meeting, there can be over 100 providers attending and really sharing what's going on at their programs. And over the years since COVID, we've polled and surveyed our attendees just to kind of get a better sense of what they're experiencing. Without fail, the number one issue that we have heard has been staffing, both retaining and recruiting good teachers to work in these programs. This has been the biggest challenge above all. And we know, and you've heard, that other industries are facing a workforce crisis, and we understand that. But what's different about childcare is that we are the workforce behind the workforce. So we know New Hampshire businesses are relying on these programs so that their employees can show up every day to work. Today, I am asking you to restore the $15 million for the childcare workforce so these programs can keep their doors open, so that they can retain and recruit good teachers, and so that they can provide this essential service for New Hampshire citizens. We cannot afford not to do that. Thank you for your time.
John Lappy or Lapie, followed
Lappy.
by, correct me?
Lappy.
Lappy, followed by Lisa Bowden.
Thank you. My name is John Lappy. I'm a professor of political science at Plymouth State, and I'm here to express my concerns for what proposed higher education funding cuts will do to our university. Plymouth's mission is to provide a quality, affordable, and personal college education. I can tell you from personal experience, many of our students come in rough around the edges. 37% of our in-state students are first generation who tend to need a bit more guidance. Some of them, like I was myself as a teen, maybe didn't do great in high school. Having the talent, but maybe they weren't mature enough yet, or they just weren't challenged or inspired. And we provide the kind of environment those students need. Some institutions have large class sizes, the professor lectures to them, they don't know the students, and for some students that works fine, but it doesn't work for ours. We know who our students are. The faculty-student ratio at Plymouth is 1 to 17, so one professor for every 17 students. When they struggle or they do well or need a little encouragement, we see them. In our major classes, we're usually seeing those students twice a week, every semester until they graduate. And that's what many of our students need, the personal touch. They were always capable, but they needed to be seen. An article in the New Hampshire Business Review, among other sources, shows our state is last in state financial support for higher education. But we are also, as reported in Forbes and the College Board, the second highest in-state tuition rate in the country. And those rates are set to go up even as our budget is set to be cut, even as there are proposals to eliminate up to 30 faculty positions, that's 16% of our faculty, and to permanently shutter 8 programs. We are going to be offering our young people a lower quality education with fewer choices, less knowledge, less skills, at higher cost. As of 2022, 58% of New Hampshire high school grads who went to college went out of state, and that is the highest rate in the country. And it's easy to see why. As of today, in-state students at Plymouth are charged $15,000 a year tuition and fees. As New England residents, they could enroll in one of 33 programs at Southern Maine, just as an example, for $19,000. And if these cuts go through, other institutions are going to be offering more choice. And I think as Granite Staters, we need to ask, what do we need to do to give the students of our state the education they deserve? And what are we offering them to stay in our state? Thank you.
Lisa Bowden, followed by Representative Leno.
Good afternoon. I am here in 2 capacities. I am currently serving as the half-time executive director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches, which is calling for a moral budget, and the New Hampshire Council of Churches doesn't see the budget as proposed as a moral budget, and that written testimony is submitted. I am also here today in my capacity, again for the record, my name is Lisa Bowden, in my capacity as a mom and as a disability policy expert. I want to tell you that I support the governor's call for fully funding the developmental disability services line items. However, I cannot in good conscience support the budget, because a budget that calls for Medicaid premiums and co-pays is going to harm the families who, at the highest rates in our nation, fall out of the middle class and into poverty, and those are disability families. Disability families across New Hampshire have to leave employment, as Nicole just told you, and as Barbara also told you earlier. And families are already paying somewhere on the order, giving $339 million a year on nights and weekends to the state of New Hampshire in uncompensated care for those individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities who need round-the-clock care. I want to remind the Finance Committee that RSA 171A mandates that the New Hampshire legislature fully fund the adult developmental disability service system. People with disabilities must have the support they are entitled to by state law in order to participate in the American dream, to share their strengths and talents, to work, and people with disabilities can and do want to work and be robustly engaged in their home communities. Medicaid is not only a vital safety net, it is one of the most cost-effective investments New Hampshire can make. Medicaid home and community-based service waivers allow people with disabilities, as you've heard, to do all sorts of things in their communities. I won't repeat, but what I do want to tell you is the alternative is institutional or congregate setting care, which is infinitely far more expensive. Group homes are about $112,000 a year, and if New Hampshire returns to congregate settings, that's $225,000 a year per person. Medicaid HCBS waiver money is a bargain. When services aren't funded adequately, families are forced to step in as unpaid caregivers, which I just mentioned. This is an unsustainable and unjust burden that no responsible government should allow to continue. It is, in fact, a form of exploitation. Let's be clear, supporting full funding for adult services is not about compassion. It is a matter of fiscal responsibility and legal compliance. Fully funding Medicaid HCBS is the most efficient use of New Hampshire taxpayer dollars. When we fund services properly, we stabilize families, prevent a return to costly institutionalization, and bolster New Hampshire's economy by allowing family caregivers to remain in the workforce.
3 minutes.
You can read the rest of my testimony.
right, next is Representative David Lanoux. I've been given a card that I think I called before. Did LaQuisha Gebhardt already speak? Did you already speak? All right, you'll be next.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Dave Luno, representing the people of Bow and Hopkinton. Many of you probably know why I'm up here to speak this afternoon, and it's specifically on the Education Freedom Account program and the proposed expansion of that program. I want to talk a little bit about the estimated costs, but first, as you're aware, this is a program where the state gives families $5,000 to $9,000 a year as long as their child does not attend public schools. So the thing is, Mr. Chair, the take-up rate on this program is very low, and it's about 220, 250 kids out of the 160,000 students that attend New Hampshire public schools. I mean, after all, most of these kids want to be with their friends and teachers. They don't want to leave for $5,000 or $9,000 at all. But of the 22,000 school-age kids that are not in public schools, the participation rate is very high. After all, who's going to leave that type of cash on the table? So there's currently about 6,000 kids in the program, costing about $30 million a year, with virtually no local tax savings. Why? Because they were already in non-public, private schools. So the remaining kids with no income cap are very likely to take the cash, so costing the state some $60 to $80 million a year. And this is a number that's based on information on the number of school-age students that live in New Hampshire, but it's also supported by the former member from Ware and former chair of this committee. So just yesterday, the Josiah Bartlett Center put out an estimate that this would cost about $5 million. Well, that's laughable, given the demographic data. And I urge this committee to do its job and not wave off getting a detailed fiscal analysis of this program. I hope you'll look into the cost associated with this, and I hope you'll find that expanding to universal vouchers is not the right thing to do at this time. Thank you very much.
LaQuisha Gebhardt, followed by Kristen Campbell.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is LaQuisha Gebhardt. I can bend it up. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. I first want to say thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. I'm coming to you as a mother, a resident, and a compassionate and dedicated, hardworking woman. These are traits that I carried with me as I migrated here from Massachusetts for a better life for me and my daughter. As you see, this is Ziana, back in the fall of 2022. I never thought in a million years that I would be out of work for over a year. And half of the reason was due to lack of childcare availability in the area I live in, Bristol. My daughter was able to attend one facility, but was expelled due to behavioral issues she had when she was 2. I was then forced to seek childcare in Laconia, which is 25 minutes away from where we live. Yes, Mama. And that also fell through. It was the end of the school year, and I put myself on a waiting list at both Head Start and a local daycare facility that was willing to take on my daughter, even though she had just been diagnosed with a developmental delay. These are only a few of the trials and tribulations that I had to go through to seek reliable childcare. Then came applying for a childcare scholarship with DHHS, which took about 90 days in total to obtain. Once obtained, I still had to come up with $300 for the first 2 weeks that my daughter would attend the childcare. And I ask you this, how can a parent or a family come up with $300 for childcare if they don't even have income or employment? And they're seeking income and employment while also seeking childcare. These numbers aren't adding up. I need you to take a hard look at the paperwork in front of you. The numbers don't lie. I'm here as a mother pleading for you to consider increasing the funding for this child care scholarship and somehow allowing it possible and easier for families to obtain child care, affordable child care, so that we can do our due diligence and be working citizens of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Kristen Campbell will be followed by Debbie and Zeke Richardson.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kristen Campbell, and I'm the Director of Health, Wellbeing, and Independence at Waypoint, which is a nonprofit organization that services across the state of New Hampshire. Our home care program provides PCSP, homemaking, LNA, and nursing services to seniors and adults with disability. By cutting Medicaid, this would be detrimental to services across the state, as well as the workforce, which many people have expressed concern about. I'm here today in support of ensuring that adequate CFI funding remains in the budget in order to fund these essential services. At Waypoint, we provide CFI services to over 400 clients residing in Hillsborough and Merrimack County. There's an increased need for this throughout the state. New Hampshire is the second most aging state in the US. 1 in 5 New Hampshire residents is over the age of 65. There's a cost savings, which many people have shared. CFI saves money. Invested in CFI services is the most fiscally responsible and conservative option. The cost of CFI services is substantially cheaper than hospitalizations, assisted living programs, and nursing home. A year of CFI services costs less than $20,000 compared to $100,000 to $150,000 for a nursing home. The system of care. CFI services and Medicaid is a critical component of our system of care. Hospitals are overburdened and unable to discharge clients due to a lack of available beds in nursing homes, rehabilitation centers, and home-based care options. This has led to extended stays, creating a logjam in the system, and ultimately taking away beds from people who are critically ill. The impact. This allows individuals the ability to maintain their independence and dignity within their homes, ensures safety and basic needs are met, improves the overall quality of life, mitigates risks of social isolation, falls, and unnecessary hospitalizations. I just want to share a quick client story, as this client wasn't able to attend today. In March of 2024, we received a referral for an 81-year-old female who resides in Manchester. Within 72 hours of receiving the referral, we were able to open the client and begin providing essential nursing and PCSP services in the client's home. She was extremely high risk and medically compromised. She had mobility issues and was a fall risk. She was unable to move without the use of an assisted device and unable to leave her home. She spent almost a year without leaving her home. She was unable to leave to do essential errands such as grocery shopping, laundry, and picking up her medication. She was on 24-hour O2 for her COPD. She was unable to bathe and dress herself, ultimately leading to unhygienic conditions which impacted her overall health. Her hair was matted and her skin had sores. Her living situation and overall well-being was just completely unsafe. She was struggling with untreated mental illness. She was at risk of having to go into a nursing home despite her wish to stay at home. She had a lack of community support, limited financial means, and no family involvement. The impact...
3 minutes.
Can I finish? It's real quick. Sorry.
Conclusion?
Basically, without our services, she would have been in the nursing home. So, that's all. Thank you.
I appreciate the cooperation. Most of you are sticking to 3 minutes or less. We've still got many more to go, and it could be 2 more hours or more. All right, Debbie and Zeke Richardson will be followed by Damison Santara.
Thank you so much. So I'm here on behalf of my grandson, Zeke Richardson. He just wants to say a few words as best as he can. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah.
So he just wants to share his story. Zeke, stay here with me. He just wants to share his story. So he was born with Down syndrome, but he has multiple GI issues, and he came to live with us when he was 8 years old. We are his grandparents. So he lives with myself and my husband because of some substance misuse that happened in the family. This is a normal, unfortunate case that you see across the board. So we are dealing with multiple things. Because Zeke lives with us, we provide 24/7 care. He's essentially nonverbal. He needs assistance with all daily activities, but he has had an amazing life. He has had an excellent school system and thrived. He was known as the mayor of Newfound. We live in Alexandria, New Hampshire, and he just absolutely just thrives. Everybody in the community knows him. Even though he's nonverbal, he's still just very, very active, very involved in the football program. But when he graduated from high school, there was nothing for him. He is part of Lakes Region Community Services, and although they did everything that they could to help us, we were unable to get services for him for 2 years. He fell into a very deep depression. This young man who is so engaged just was not able to communicate his needs. He became very reclusive. He became disruptive. It became very difficult, unlike anything he had been his entire life. We were fortunate enough to get services 2 days a week. It has dramatically changed him back to the young man that he is today, and he is so happy. Are you so happy, Zeke? So please continue to fund it, because without these services, I don't know where we'd be. I am a nurse. I work on the days that he attends these community programs. He works at Hannaford's. My husband works nights, so we provide as much support as we possibly can, but we need your help in order for him to be able to do and live and be the best community member he can be. Right? Right.
Did I pronounce the name right? Santana?
Santana. A colleague filled it out for me as I was coming in, so that's...
What was the first name?
Damien.
Damien, thank you.
Yeah.
He will be followed by Cindy Burgum.
So I just wanted to speak briefly on the alcohol fund, and I have a colleague that will be speaking more directly to the programs that it supports within the public health networks, but as an employee of the public health networks for the state of New Hampshire, I wanted to talk a little bit more broadly about the work that we do and what this funding helps to support. So one of the things that the public health networks do within the state of New Hampshire is create strategic plans to support emergency response services throughout the state. So there are 13 networks. We cover a number of towns in each region. I cover 24 towns around Concord. And our responsibility within those networks is to maintain things like trained volunteers, medical reserve corps volunteers, emergency response services, things like that. And we collaborate and work closely with emergency management directors, first responders, multiple departments at DHHS, and we all have a critical role in responding to emergencies. So something like the COVID-19 pandemic, we all play a part in making sure that vaccinations and information get out to the towns in a timely manner so that we can address our most vulnerable populations. So this funding is really critical to supporting these networks, because without that pre-existing infrastructure, we would be completely unprepared to respond to the next public health emergency, whether it's natural disaster or another pandemic, for example. So I hope this testimony is helpful in just helping to contextualize what those networks are for and how they operate to a certain extent, and why the funding from the Alcohol Fund is so helpful in terms of preparing our communities to better respond to emergencies. Thank you.
Cindy Burgum, followed by Leslie Nesbitt.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Cindy Bergeron, and I'm a registered nurse with nearly 20 years in home care. I have been with the Granite VNA. During that time, I have served in many roles, including as a case manager and now as a senior director of home care. I fell in love with home care nursing when I job shadowed as part of a clinical rotation. I thought caring for people in their home environment was the best way I could serve people. It was the best decision I ever made. It is a privilege to care for individuals in their homes and in their communities. Granite BNA is the largest certified home care and hospice agency in New Hampshire, offering personalized services and programs including home care, hospice, pediatric and maternal child health services, and wellness programming. Last year, our team made 141,235 visits to 8,039 home care patients, 45,288 visits to 1,250 patients on hospice services. These visits totaled 1,575,203 miles of travel in the state of New Hampshire. For more than 125 years, Granite BNA has made a critical difference in the lives of people of all ages in our community. Last year, we subsidized Medicaid care for over $1 million. This is not sustainable in our current healthcare landscape. A strong home care system benefits the entire healthcare system. If home and community-based services are adequately resourced, hospitals will be able to discharge patients. This will avoid bottlenecks in the healthcare system affecting all of us. Choices for Independent, CFI, serves individuals with nursing home level needs who want to age in place. Without these services, many would have no choice but to enter institutional care. Home care and community-based care is the fiscally responsible choice. If individuals cannot receive at-home care, they will end up in hospitals or long-term care facilities, which cost thousands more per patient. Prior to the last budget cycle, CFI was underfunded by $153 million, leading to provider closures and service gaps. Predictable, incremental Medicaid rate increases will help providers to continue to serve members of our community. Granite BNA's longevity is rooted in our deep sense of responsibility and commitment to serve our community. Nurses and paraprofessionals providing care to this population develop therapeutic relationships that continue for years. This relationship, characterized by empathy and respect, allows our staff to recognize when their patients are approaching or experiencing a change in their health status, allowing a timely response, avoiding crisis, and improved outcomes.
Time.
1 second. Your support ensures New Hampshire residents of all ages can receive care in the setting that best meets their needs safely, affordably, and with dignity. Thank you.
Leslie Nesbitt will be followed by Kelsey Brooke Emery.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, waiting for so long, sitting patiently. I'm very appreciative of being a proud New Hampshire native. My name is Leslie Nesbitt. I'm here today as someone who is deeply committed to building stronger communities in our state. I'm also here as the Grantham School District Board Chair, speaking on behalf of my entire school board. We are firmly rooted in the mission of advocating for all of New Hampshire's children who deserve every opportunity to succeed. It is our fervent request that our legislators carefully consider the persistent effects of underfunding our public schools, which rank 50th in the United States, 50th as in last. As a proud New Hampshire citizen, this is embarrassing and unconscionable. The reason you've heard about it and continue to hear about it is it persists. The current system creates profound inequality, forcing towns with lower property values to make impossible choices between raising taxes and cutting essential programs. These disparities rend the fabric of our great state's communities, pitting neighboring towns against each other. These disparities also discourage young people from returning to New Hampshire, because only the wealthy can afford to live where the schools remain properly funded. This is not in the true spirit of the Granite State. I'm fortunate to have grown up in one of the property-rich towns in New Hampshire, and I live currently in one that is also well-funded. I and my board members feel an obligation and a responsibility to participate and advocate for those who cannot advocate for themselves. Our state can't afford for our communities to diminish our economy and need to invest in our state's future. I ask everyone, but particularly the committee members in front of me who have patiently sat through testimony, ask yourself as you look in the mirror whether you, an elected official of we the people, can turn away from your neighbors and their families by continuing to ignore your constitutional responsibility to fund public education. Thank you.
Kelsey, Brooke, Emery, and I believe I have a second card from Damian Santana. I think he spoke and left. Okay, why did he put in 2 cards? Anyway, Kelsey, followed by Michelle St. John.
Okay. I'm standing in opposition to further cuts to higher education as it's related to the state's mandate to provide an adequate education. I will not be talking about my strong opposition to voucher programs, as I agree with most of the already vocalized concerns. The only thing that I want to add to what has already been said is a challenge. There's a false presumption that private schools outperform public ones, and if the unaccountable voucher program is doing so well, the state needs to publish the data to prove that. My commentary today is aimed at connecting the dots between school budgets, low teacher pay, declining teacher programs, and cuts to higher education, because they're all connected. My name is Kelsey Eckert. I was born here in Concord, raised in Sutton, served the public schools in Moulton Borough, and I'm a resident of Holderness. I'm now the coordinator of social studies education at Plymouth State University, and I'm so proud to see this amazing group of students over here. I'm also the 2-time New Hampshire History Teacher of the Year, among a number of other awards. I now train the next generation of social studies teachers at the only college in New Hampshire with a thriving social studies education program. Our state universities serve our state. At Plymouth, it is our motto, ut prosim, that I may serve. And foremost is the work that we do in creating the next generation of teachers, nurses, and business leaders. If we continue to take a for-profit model and apply it to higher education, we will see a degrading effect across the entire state, not just at PSU. We are already seeing these effects. UNH is closing ed programs. Riviere is closing ed programs. At PSU, we were forced to close early childhood education. We've heard about the effects of that already today. Math education, science education have already closed. The effect, New Hampshire is not preparing a new generation of math and science and early childhood educators. We are importing them or allowing people to bypass higher education, wrongly suggested that any person who is good at calculus can somehow convey that to young people. Worse, while my program, social studies education, is going to survive the budget cuts that have been proposed by our president, the faculty in the content areas that serve my program, like Dr. Lappy, might not. I cannot provide a rigorous, high-quality program with my majors by having adjunct faculty member serve that program. We need people with doctorates in political science, like Dr. Lappy, teaching the classes that my students take and then go on into public schools to share with other people.
Concluding remarks, please, 3 minutes.
If we are serious as a state about our supposed commitment to high-quality civics education, which is what I do, we need to increase funding to higher education to support ed programs by supporting the faculty that serve those programs.
Michelle St. John, followed by Kaylin Amick.
Hi, I'm Michelle St. John, and I'm here today on behalf of the individuals and families and staff from Northern Human Services, which serves Coos, Carroll, and Upper Grafton County. The stack of papers that I gave you today are testimonies from individuals who spent the time trying to convey but could not be here in person. What I'd like to ask is if you can indulge me for one moment while I read some portions from 3 of those testimonies. It might go a little bit longer, but it is from an individual, his parent, and his caregiver. So I appreciate the time. My name is Erica Bickford, and I reside in Center Tufton Borough. I have an adult son who lives with a developmental disability. He's 22 years old and was diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder at the age of 3. Our son lives at home with my husband, our granddaughter, and me. He has a part-time job at Hannaford and volunteers at an equine therapy barn. He plays the guitar and loves learning about music. He's incredibly kind, compassionate, and empathetic. He loves people, animals, and music. At 22, he values his independence and is given that opportunity in part thanks to the services he receives through Northern Human Services Adult Services Program and his support person, Casey. Living a meaningful life in our community means my son has the opportunity to engage fully in social, cultural, and recreational activities while being valued and respected as an individual. For this to happen, I cannot be the one providing his services. A fulfilling life involves forming connections with others, contributing to the community, and having access to resources and supports that enhances one's quality of life. For my son, this means being able to work as part of the service team at Hannaford without my involvement. A meaningful life means to be able to volunteer and give back at the horse barn, forming relationships with the members of that community independently. The services and supports he receives truly empower him to live as independently as possible. They also allow my husband and me to avoid the full-time caregiver role, which is essential for our well-being. It is important for us to continue our work and maintain a healthy balance with our relationship with our son. This balance enables us to lead more fulfilling lives, take care of our mental health, and be the best versions of ourselves when we are there to support him. Should the services he receives through adult services be cut, not only would his independence be affected, but either my husband or I would have to leave our jobs to provide full-time care to keep him as active and engaged in his community as he is now. And now I'd like to briefly just share words from her son. Dear members of the State Finance Committee, I hope this letter finds you well. I have used ChatGPT to assist me in writing this. My name
You're
is...
at 3 minutes.
Would it be possible to share just a bit more from Andrew and his caregiver?
I'll give you 30 seconds.
Okay. So Casey, his caregiver, has made a significant impact on my life. With her assistance, I have the opportunity to volunteer. Thanks to Casey, I feel confident, happy, and safe. She helped me build meaningful connections, allowed me to visit animals, people, friends, without relying on my mom. Without Casey, my life would be drastically different. I would feel isolated, sad, and even depressed. Her presence in my life is a testament to the importance of continued funding for adult services. And I just want to strongly encourage that you read Casey's letter as well. She talks about...
We've got another 40 people.
Please read her letter. It gives you the full circle from the parent to the individual receiving services and for the person who's providing that services. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Kaylin Aubank, followed by Judith Jones.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Weiler and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kaylin Amach, and I am the Prevention Coordinator for the Capital Area Public Health Network, which is one of 13 regional public health networks that serve New Hampshire. The Capital Area Public Health Network includes 24 municipalities around Concord and serves more than 135,000 people. As a prevention coordinator, a large part of my work is focused on preventing substance use disorder and its related harms throughout the capital region. This work is done through community education and training, outreach activities, collaboration with key community partners, strategic communication, and advocacy efforts. I am here today to strongly support the full funding of the Alcohol Fund as proposed in Governor Ayotte's budget for fiscal years 26 and 27. The Alcohol Fund is an important source of funding for prevention, treatment, and recovery efforts in the capital area and throughout New Hampshire. Two important examples of how the Alcohol Fund supports our work in prevention are Student Assistance Program Counselors, or SAPs, and the partnership at Drug-Free NH. Student Assistance Program Counselors are key staff in our middle and high schools who are funded through the Alcohol Fund. Their work focuses on preventing youth substance use through positive prevention programming and education. They are strong partners for public health networks as they provide key insight into school trends and what is meaningful to our students. This allows us to collaborate on prevention activities that resonate with students and have a positive impact on their health outcomes. The partnership at Drug-Free NH is also funded through the Alcohol Fund and is an important source for effective public health messaging around substance use and prevention efforts. They create engaging communication toolkits for the public health networks to utilize during awareness weeks and months throughout the year. One great example is coming up next week with National Drug and Alcohol Facts Week. Their work ensures that we are communicating accurate, effective, and engaging preventive messages within our communities. I hope that some of what I've shared today has helped illustrate the importance of the Alcohol Fund to New Hampshire's prevention efforts, and I ask that you support its full funding in the state budget. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Judith Jones will be followed by Matt Mayberry.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about healthy aging in New Hampshire. My name is Judith Jones. I'm the policy coordinator for the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging, and here today to speak on behalf of the New Hampshire Alliance for Healthy Aging, which is composed of a number of individuals and stakeholders committed to supporting older adults in the Granite State as they age. In 2023, this body passed landmark legislation that adopted the System of Care for Healthy Aging, and this promoted home and community-based care programs. Progress under the System of Care for Aging must be continued to be supported, building on the existing infrastructure so that adults have timely access to home care, including the Choices for Independence program, but also other programs that support community living. As you've heard, investing in programs that enable adults to remain in the community, it's a wise use of resources, given that this support can delay the need for more costly long-term care services. You've heard other people speak of the Choices for Independence program, specifically about the critical need in the community, so I won't go into that in detail, but wanted to highlight a few other key programs that provide support for folks in the community. And often these programs have lower dollar figures, but can help folks stay in the community. And just a few of these that you'll see in the budget. One is caregiver respite programs. Another is harnessing the power of senior volunteers. Volunteers in the community help other people in the community target the needs of the community, reducing the need for long-term care. We'd also mention Meals on Wheels, congregate housing, the need for guardianship services, also the need for access to public transportation. By providing people access to transportation, they can get the support they need for medical care, food, medications. And finally, just want to say a word about the barriers that would be set up in House Bill 2 regarding accessing Medicaid, and urge you to consider what that would mean for older adults in New Hampshire. Just finally, as you draft the budget, you're concerned about cost effectiveness. Keeping individuals in their homes in New Hampshire is cost effective. It has a high rate of return, and it makes sense for Granite Staters. It makes sense for the state budget. Thank you.
Matt Mayberry, followed by Amy Tees.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association and our 27,000 men and women who work in the residential building trades, and I'm here to give you money. I don't want it, I want to give it to you. Because I bring you solutions and cash to conquer our housing challenges. In your budget, you'll see administrative charges from DOT and DES to expedite and augment the residential building permit process. The New Hampshire home builders have offered, and we have asked for, these charges. Currently, a driveway permit can take up to 18 months. If you support our public-private initiative, we can get that process down to 60 business days. We have asked for more permitting personnel, and we, the builders of New Hampshire, are willing to pay for it. And I hate when I lose my place. Time is money, but time is also not our friend. The New Hampshire home builders and state agencies have charted a new and effective path forward. Now we're asking our legislative leaders to give us a green light, and most respectfully afterwards, get out of the way. We know what to do. As an industry, we have heard you, and we're offering an additional solution to our state's #1 economic challenge. Thank you.
Have you given us the text, Matt?
No, sir, but I can.
Thank you.
And I'll also expand a little bit about what those permits do, so just trying to be respectful of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Tees will be followed by Ken Gordon.
Hi, thank you. I'm here to ask, please fund services for developmental disabilities and acquired brain disorders. They are our beloved sons and daughters. I'm going to talk to you about early support services. My name is Amy Wheeler Tees. I am a native Granite Stater, and I live in Nashua. I am the mom of 3 extraordinary children, 2 of which were born with a rare genetic syndrome called SODOS. Our son Frankie, who is a humorous, affectionate 10-year-old, began receiving early intervention services through early supports at Gateways when he was 5 months old. He continued to get physical and speech therapy until he was 3, and then he was transitioned at 3 years old to intensive needs special education at the Nashua School District. The impact that early support that he received from 0 to 3 wasn't really fully realized until we adopted our 3rd child. We adopted our daughter Magdalena in 2021 from an orphanage in Bulgaria, and she was born with the same rare genetic disorder, SODOS. But she had spent her first 5.5 years of life in a Bulgarian orphanage. So she did not get early support services. And it was staggering to us to see the difference between she and our son by birth. Now, granted, not all people with SODOS are going to be identical, but my house is a home study to prove, like, here's a child with the same genetic disorder that was born the same year as a child who didn't get the early support services. So I'm here to impress upon you a real-life example of why funding these types of programs matters, because I have seen the difference. And it's not lost on me that it's a tremendous blessing what we have in New Hampshire that people around the world don't. So please do the right thing. Please fund programs that support developmental disabilities, protect our most vulnerable. Frankie and Magdalena are counting on you. Thank you.
Ken Gordon, followed by Jules Gord.
Chairman Weiler, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ken Gordon. I serve as the CEO of Coos County Family Health Services. We're a federally qualified health center with offices in Colebrook, Berlin, and Gorham. We provide primary care, dental services, behavioral health services, substance abuse services for 13,000 people, and do that at 5 clinical sites and 2 dental clinics. We also provide care for more than 200 people living in nursing homes in our area. We are deeply concerned about the proposed cuts to the state Medicaid program and the Granted Advantage program. To be clear, these cuts jeopardize the health and well-being of every citizen in New Hampshire, not just those who are participants in this program. They do so by threatening to unravel the financial underpinnings of our state's healthcare system. Nearly every component of the healthcare system that we know today is dependent upon Medicaid, from our local ambulance services to primary care clinics to home care services to hospitals to nursing homes. These systems are already under stress. Additional financial losses resulting from Medicaid cuts will undermine the very existence of some of them. In my view, it's not an exaggeration to suggest that we may lose some of these critical services if these cuts and others being proposed at the federal level take place. For people who rely on these programs, they will feel it most strongly, but all of us will feel it, and will feel it in various forms. Those forms include local ambulance services that are no longer available, delays in access to primary care and specialty care, longer wait times in emergency departments, delayed hospital admissions, decreased availability of nursing home beds, and importantly, insurance premium increases for those with private health insurance. We understand the serious financial burden upon the state and the extraordinary dilemma that you all face as you craft a budget this year. We ask that you prioritize the health and well-being of the state's residents above other needs, and that you preserve current funding levels for the state's Medicaid and Granted Advantage health care programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your consideration.
All right, Jules, it's either Gord or Good from Newmarket, New Hampshire. Person's no longer here. How about Kate Fry or Frey? Thank you. And she will be followed by Karen Smooch.
Good evening. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. We appreciate the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1, House Bill 2, and the Governor's budget proposal and the committee's time this evening. New Futures is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that works to improve the health and wellness of all New Hampshire residents. We follow several areas within the Department of Health and Human Services budget, but I'll just highlight a few. You heard a little bit about the Alcohol Fund, the Governor's Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs. New Futures has always supported a fully funded alcohol fund. The intent behind this is the alcohol fund would be funded by 5% of gross profits of substantial sale of alcohol revenues. Up until the last budget cycle, it was never fully funded or it was diverted. It was this committee that restored that funding. Since then, the Governor's Commission has made substantial commitments to the state substance use disorder infrastructure. Not only did you hear about the student assistance programs, prevention coordinators, but I have with me today dozens of letters from recovery centers and treatment centers that have been able to do the work under the Alcohol Fund, as well as their annual report. We also support the system for children's behavioral health care within the Division of Behavioral Health Services. It's important to fully fund the children's system of care. We are concerned about a cut that may not allow the Children's System of Care Resource Center to continue. We've made a lot of headway in the children's system of care, and we really feel it's important to fully fund these critical services. There are various areas within the Division of Public Health Services that we want to see funded for moms, babies, and young children. This is childhood-led prevention, community collaboration grant, home visiting grant, which provides home visiting and family resource centers. Lastly, just to touch base on what you heard about the Granted Advantage premiums, we have concerns about what that impact will be to clients. We know that charging premiums will lead to substantial disenrollment. It will also not really generate the potential revenue gains. We're concerned about the offset that other hospitals and providers will see, and we also are concerned about people using more expensive services if they are disenrolled. It will bring unintended additional costs to the state. For that reason, we would like the legislature to reconsider premiums and cost sharing. I also have testimony from someone who had to leave, Julie Yerkes, and I will hand it in as well with my testimony.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate the time and the privilege of speaking with you today. I am Karen Schuck. I am here representing Amoskeag Health as one of its board members and also as the Chief Human Resources Officer of Catholic Charities representing Healthcare for the Homeless. I will add to Ken Gordon's comments by simply saying that at Amoskeag they serve 60,000 adults, that Medicaid is the largest source of their patient revenue, with 57% medical and 61% of their mental health visits being covered in the last fiscal year. 76% of these individuals are below 200% of the federal poverty level. Healthcare for the Homeless cares for an additional 1,200 individuals in the Manchester area, 49% of which are supported by Medicaid. 95% of these individuals live below 200% of the federal poverty level. Ken did a great job already of illustrating the impact of what happens if we look at one portion of our healthcare system and don't look at it in a sort of well-rounded view. And looking at these two particular organizations being at sort of that first layer, if you will, of immediate impact to residents, to their families in the community in Manchester. You heard about the North Country. Same applies for what Ken had to say, but more for the southern part of the state. The ripples that we would experience if these cuts were made would create the same kinds of ripples that he talked about, including placements for rehabilitation, long-term care, emergency rooms, and hospitals. I appreciate your time. Thanks very much.
Next, Christine Stoddard, followed by David Trumbull.
Good evening. My name is Christine Stoddard, and I represent Bi-State Primary Care Association and New Hampshire's Community Health Centers. They serve over 100,000 people, and as you've heard from two earlier speakers, most of their patients live at 200% of the federal poverty level or below. That's about $30,000. The health centers take all patients, regardless of their ability to pay or insurance status. They cannot turn patients away if they lose their insurance. If there were changes made to the Medicaid program in the state of New Hampshire, we have studies that show that the health centers would increase their uncompensated care by about $35 million. There's only 10 of them. That's a lot of uncompensated care for 10 organizations to absorb. In 2023, even with Granted Advantage, they had $14.5 million of uncompensated care. Our safety net system cannot afford for the legislature to reduce Medicaid eligibility at this point. If you remember back before we had Medicaid expansion, what the substance use disorder treatment network looked like, it was non-existent. And it is because of Granted Advantage that our residents in New Hampshire have access to substance use disorder treatment. What will they do if they can't access treatment? Where will they go? The FQHCs would have to shut down their services. Just to give you a recent example, one of our health centers had to stop providing as much MAT because medicated assisted treatment, because the reimbursement for MAT is substantially lower than primary care. That's not the outcome that we want to have, but that's a reality as a business that they face. We ask that you please not reduce the Medicaid eligibility for any of the Medicaid programs. Thank you.
David, let's see, Christine Stoddard just spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
David Trumbull, followed by Holly Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for your patience and listening. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. I'd like to bring a few points for your consideration. First is New Hampshire is ranked 48th in the United States for our state economy. We have one of the 3 worst economies in the entire country. That's from the CNBC annual ranking of the states. Why are we so bad? It's because we don't invest in our people. They specifically cited housing and childcare in their study. We can't fix the housing crisis through regulatory reform alone. It's going to require funding to make the housing supply go up. It's going to require funding to make it more affordable, and we have to have a real solution to the homelessness crisis. Homelessness went up over 40% this past year alone, and to not do anything about that is unconscionable. Also, they talked about childcare. We need to have more people. You heard about training and retention. We need bigger, longer hours so families can access childcare, and we need to expand the scholarship program. That means changing our mindset as a state from every dollar we spend being a dollar that's gone to being a dollar that we invest in our people. I'd like to turn to public schools. I'll try and say something different from previous speakers. Education research shows that funding public schools, it pays. It increases lifetime earnings. It decreases adult poverty. Professor Jackson from Northwestern University is an expert in the field who's looked at dozens of studies. He says that a 10% increase in per pupil spending can result in a 9.5% increase in earnings, that's lifetime, a 6.8% reduction in adult poverty. That's 10%. So if you have a town that's not funding a lot, let's say $15,000 per pupil, if you give them $1,500 more, you take a lot of people out of poverty, you reverse that cycle of poverty, you lift that town up. He goes on to say that a 25% increase is sufficiently large to eliminate the attainment gaps between children from low and high income families. So for a few $1,000s, you can make every town in this state have good schools. Next is special education. The governor's got a lot of positive praise for increasing special ed funding. But in the big picture, think about a pizza pie. The state share is going from 11% to 12%. The local towns are still going to be paying 81% instead of 82%. It barely budges the needle. It is your job constitutionally to fund all of that, not 11% or 12%. Lastly is, where do you get the money from? New Hampshire's tax system is highly regressive. The Institute on Tax and Economic Policy shows that low-income people in this state pay 3 times as much as a percentage of their income as wealthy people. And if you put that 5% income tax on Medicaid payments, they'll be paying 14% of their income in taxes in the state, while the wealthy get away with paying 3 or 4%. The question you should be asking yourself is, what does a fair tax system look like? How can we raise this tax system, which is so regressive right now, and have it be a little more balanced so that everybody can get the services that they need, so that we invest in our state and our tax system is fair? Thank you.
In my pile, I came across Julie Yerkes, who had a note, need to leave at 3 o'clock. Has she left? All right. Sorry I didn't see the note sooner. All right, next is Holly Stevens, who will be followed by Robert Gillis.
Chairman Weiler, and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Holly Stevens, and I am the Director of Public Policy at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I offer the following testimony. In addition to our written testimony, I am providing you with some written testimony of two of our members, along with my testimony. For years, New Hampshire has been facing a mental health crisis. 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 5 youth aged 6 to 17 experience a mental illness each year in New Hampshire. That's 20% of our population aged 6 to 90, 100 experience a mental health issue every single year. The most visible symptom of this broad crisis is emergency room boarding of individuals in mental health crisis while waiting for an inpatient bed. Yesterday, 31 adults and 3 children were waiting for a psychiatric inpatient admission at a New Hampshire ER somewhere in the state. And I just checked the numbers as I was sitting here, and now it is 35 adults and 5 children that are waiting today. The Mission Zero initiative has helped address the ER boarding crisis. However, despite the steady progress of the initiative, more needs to be done to ensure we're able to get to zero and stay at zero. A couple of the root causes of the mental health crisis that you've heard about today, so I won't get into a lot, are the workforce issue and the housing crisis that we're facing, both workforce housing, and additionally, we need supportive housing, including step-up and step-down units to support folks with mental illness who are unable to live alone. On any given day, there are 50 to 60 people ready to leave New Hampshire Hospital, but are not able to do so because they have no place to go. Having supportive housing would assist addressing this backdoor issue so that we can get people out of the ER and into psychiatric placements that they so desperately need. Additionally, robust investments in community resources such as the Children's System of Care, 988 and the Crisis Service System, intensive reentry services, community mental health centers, and the goals of the 10-year mental health plan are essential to supporting people in our communities and avoiding crisis. And I know you have heard about it a couple of times, but I would be remiss if I did not mention that the proposed changes to the Medicaid program that include instituting premiums on certain beneficiaries and increasing co-payments for medications would be detrimental to New Hampshire's citizens. The changes suggested will only lead to decreases in coverage for both adults and children, interruptions in treatment, increases in healthcare costs, and worsening of the mental health crisis. In summary, it's imperative that House Finance builds a budget that fully addresses the mental health crisis we are currently in and uses extreme caution when considering changes to the Medicaid program that include increased cost sharing for our beneficiaries. Thank you very much for your time.
Robert Gillis, to be followed by Sandra May.
I guess I can say good evening, Chairman Whaler and committee members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Robert Gillis. My wife, Noelle, and I live in Hancock, New Hampshire, and I'm the executive director for Monadnock WorkSource, a small not-for-profit that for 54 years has been delivering disability service to our community members who experience developmental and intellectual disabilities. I've been very proud to live in the state of New Hampshire that was the first state in the nation to close its institutional delivery system of care for disabled adults when they closed the Laconia State School. Now is not the time for us to go backwards. One of the folks from my agency that joined me earlier today spent her formative youth at Laconia State School and endured deplorable conditions and substandard care. Thanks to New Hampshire's leadership in community-based services for adults with disabilities, she now lives in her own apartment. She has her own name on the lease. She has her own paintings on the wall, and she lives the life that any one of our New Hampshire residents deserve to live in our fine state. I applaud Governor Ayotte for at least submitting a maintenance budget to keep disability funding similar to what it was last year, but it truly is not enough, but we'll take what we can get. We've heard a lot of stories today, so I won't tell any more, but for me as an executive director, I need a workforce, and I can't deliver the services that we're funded for without employees. And so please pass HB1 and HB2, but also please consider any efforts that are put before the legislature for increasing funding for workforce, especially for care of our most vulnerable populations. Thank you for your time.
Sandra May, followed by Chris McCracken. Chris McCracken.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler and honored committee members. My name is Sandra May, and I'm a resident of Henniker, where I'm happy to report that we increased our voter turnout in yesterday's election by 50%. I'm speaking to you this evening to express my concern about House Bill 2. I see the governor's budget is placing a lot of faith in the growth of New Hampshire business, and while I certainly hope she's right, the headlines that I see in the national news suggest many coming headwinds over which we have little or no state control. Regarding the spending choices before us, I'm delighted as the granddaughter of a Philadelphia detective that you're committing to renewing your provision for a secure retirement for our police force. But I'm here also as a small business person creating housing in the state, asking you to make strong and well-educated workforce a priority as well. Further expanding the Educational Freedom Account program to families who already made the choice to enroll their children in private school siphons off money from our painfully high property taxes to people who are not struggling at all. We keep saying our workforce is graying and we want young people to stay here or move here. What kind of message are we sending when we continue to ignore our own court's finding on adequate education? Sorry, if you want your child to have a good education, either one of you has to give up your career and stay home and homeschool, or one of you has to take a second job to find the rest of the money for private school. Where are we going to find the future tradespeople that we need to build our housing? Is it going to be that private school student whose yearbook committee voted them most likely to take on Wall Street by storm? Or is it going to be that kid that made sure that they got the grades to win one of the few seats on the bus to Concord Regional Tech? The EFA program has already been demonstrated to cost far more than expected. Please, in these uncertain times, don't explode that funding to benefit the wealthy at the expense of our workforce. Please remove this expansion from the budget. Thank you all for your time.
Okay, that was Chris McCracken, followed by Brian Harlow. Is Brian Harlow here? How about Nicholas Privy? Jonathan Fuld. Be followed by Patty Long.
My name is Jonathan Field with Laconia Housing and Home Health Agency. We run a small home health agency with under 15 employees in Laconia. I'm here to speak about the importance of appropriate funding for home and community-based services that are essential for those we serve and is most financially responsible for investment by the state. Over the last budget cycle, state funding has allowed us to make a meaningful impact. The Congregate Housing Service Program, CHSP, which is funded through general funds, enabled us to serve 36 additional individuals, providing 3,600 additional hours of care, allowing vulnerable individuals to remain safely at home. Prevented at least 3 individuals from requiring nursing home care, saving approximately $210,000 for the state. Averted at least 7 ER visits and hospital admissions, saving around $56,000. Provided a crucial safety net for those who lost CFI eligibility or needed a bridge while waiting for determinations. The Choices for Independence program, CFI, allowed us to serve 47 individuals, ensuring they could remain in their homes rather than enter into institutional care, reduce reliance on emergency medical services, which is facing an unprecedented burden in our area, saving an average of $1,100 per call. Prevent ER visits and admissions, saving $7,000 to $10,000 per stay. Reducing nursing home care, saving approximately $70,000 per person. Additionally, both programs have helped keep individuals independently housed and prevented evictions, which translates into significant cost savings for the state, particularly among those in subsidized housing, by helping maintain clean and safe living spaces as enforced by HUD regulations. Evictions cost the public $2,000 to $5,000 in court costs and legal expenses through publicly funded programs like NHLA. Many have no other housing options. Once evicted, they face a high risk of homelessness or institutional placement, both of which have far greater financial consequences for the state. Homelessness costs an estimated $30,000 per person. Nursing home care, as mentioned, costs around $70,000 per person. To maintain these vital programs, we request the continuation of the CHSP funding through general funds at approximately $400,000 per provider. This program has been removed from the budget. It is set to end in June of this year, leaving 27 plus individuals without care. We are only one of 2 providers in New Hampshire offering CHSP services alongside Manchester Housing Authority. This program provides at least a 2-to-1 return on investments, realistically closer to 4-to-1. I gave a conservative estimate on the cost of nursing home care, by preventing homelessness and higher cost interventions. We request an increase in billing code H0043, supportive housing services under CFI. We are the only provider in the state currently providing services under this billing code. This rate was not adjusted in the last round of CFI increases, leaving us at risk of being unable to continue offering this critical service. I thank you for listening to me, and again, these initiatives provide safe and affordable housing and home health services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Field. We have Patty Long, followed by Ethan Dupuy. Neither one? Ethan Dupuy? Thank you. Followed by Brian Hawkins.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Ethan Silvio Dupuy, and I am a junior, a double major of political science and history at Plymouth State University. For transparency, I am a student voting member of the University System New Hampshire Board of Trustees, but I'm purely going to be speaking on behalf of being a student. Let's see. I am both president of Plymouth State University College Republicans, and I'm also the vice chairman of the New Hampshire Federation for College Republicans. I just wanted to make my kind of testimony heard that I've never felt any alienation from my professors based off my conservative beliefs, and trust me, they've had every opportunity to do so because I've had 2 public debates and I've very much fiercely defended my conservative values. I am speaking today on the $16 million cut to the university system, which has placed both of my majors in jeopardy. May I say, I love our great state and our way of life. I am born and bred in New Hampshire, and I'm so proud to be standing in the capital of the freest state in the country. That being said, since I love my state, I want people to stay in my state and continue to grow our state. Therefore, I believe the state should fund and invest our universities PSU is the lifeline for educated workforce in the North Country, as students fall in love with the northern part of the state and wish to stay in New Hampshire for jobs and a wonderful way of life. I believe that placing more funding into our universities will promote the student revenue and potential tax-paying residents for the state of New Hampshire. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian Hawkins, followed by Christine LaChance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. We represent thousands of public school educators across the state. I'll try and boil my testimony down from what has already been said, but first I'd like to say there's a cautionary tale out there from all the states that have expanded their voucher programs, and you have heard a lot of very important needs from the people in this audience today. And so one of the things that we know in education from those states who have expanded those programs significantly is that the effort to fund public schools who serve the significant majority of our students has declined in those states. Arizona obviously is a great example, now costing over $1 billion a year since they have thrown the doors open on that program. Our program, as it is already, just under current law, would be $41 million per year by the time we hit FY27. We also know that in places like Arizona, Florida, consistently, the people who are using those were already in private schools or other settings and were on the wealthier end of the spectrum. In some schools in Florida, you're talking about 98% of those counties where in private schools are using Florida vouchers. So I'll just close by saying you've heard a lot of needs tonight, and why would we send vouchers for kids who are coming from homes that are for millionaires? We don't need to do that. You've heard a lot of the needs that we have today, whether it's childcare, public education, healthcare. Those are the things that we ought to be emphasizing, not vouchers for people who make $1 million a year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christina LaChance, followed by Karen Blake. Oh, she's not here. Okay, thank you. Followed by Christina Kaluth, I guess. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Christina LaChance. I'm from Gilmanton. I'm the interim director at New Hampshire Children's Trust and a member of the Wellness and Primary Prevention Council for New Hampshire. At New Hampshire Trust, our mission is to strengthen families by empowering parents and caregivers through education, advocacy, collaboration, and investment. We work to build more supportive communities and foster healthy relationships that positively impact children and families across the Granite State. The Children's Trust is the state chapter of Prevent Child Abuse America and focuses on prevention, ensuring families are strong and supported long before challenges arise. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of family resource centers, childcare for working parents, and assistance for childcare workers. These programs are critical in fostering resilience, self-sufficiency, and parent success across the Granite State. Since 2020, the Trust has served as a facilitating organization supporting New Hampshire's expansive network of family resource centers. As such, I'll spend the majority of my time sharing their story. The incredible family resource centers we support are squarely focused on families they are serving, with programs aimed at resilience, self-sufficiency, and parent success. The numbers speak for themselves. Since 2020, over 27,000 New Hampshire residents have been supported through family resource centers in local communities. As we sit here today, 7,000 children and families are actively receiving support at their local family resource center. The work of the family resource centers is expansive. Families from 257 cities and towns, or 99% of New Hampshire's communities, have benefited from FRC services. The effectiveness of these programs is best illustrated by a story. Quickly, I have 2 quotes from families. One parent reported to us, "The family worker at my FRC was amazingly helpful. I will never forget her, nor will my children. She helped us through an extraordinarily difficult time." And another family said, "I'm a 48-year-old raising 2 toddlers, and this program has changed my life. I have grown as a person and gained strength I never thought I had." These stories reinforce the necessity of sustained support for FRCs as identified in the proposed budget. In addition to expressing our support for family resource centers, I'd like to take a moment and share the importance of childcare investments. Quality, stable childcare supports healthy child development, workforce participation, and economic growth. We support HB 2, Section 112, allowing DHHS to allocate additional funds to prevent wait lists for childcare so their parents can go to work. I won't read through the rest of my testimony here, which states the need to reduce burdens on the childcare community as well as parents. Last, I urge you to extend the $1 million Workforce Assistance Project funds, which have only just begun to move, to help childcare staffing. Thank you so much for your time today. Investing in family resource centers, childcare scholarship expansion, our childcare workforce will strengthen the economy, strengthen families, and our communities. We urge full funding and policy improvements for this important work. Thank you again for your time. Have some dinner.
Thank you. All right, we have Christine and Jennifer Kaluth. Yeah. Well done. Followed by Kristen Evans.
Hi, my name is Christine Kaluti. I live in Merrimack with my big brother Sal and Jen, my sister-in-law. I love going to Camp Allen for sleepaway camp and day camp for my birthday. I also like horse riding at Outreach every Mondays. Jen asked me to share how I would feel if I couldn't go my activities. I would be very mad, frustrated, angry, and upset. If I could not go to these places to have fun and be with all my friends, I'm asking you to fully fund the Recreation Services Fund in the next budget so that I can continue being with my friends and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Jennifer Kaluti.
Thank you. I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, Chairman and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jennifer Kaluti, and I live in Merrimack with Christine. I'm here to request increased funding for the Bureau of Developmental Services to attract qualified direct support professionals, or DSPs, and respite care providers. 2 years ago, after my mother-in-law passed away, my husband and I became guardians of Christine, who is intellectually disabled. I was excited to get her re-engaged in the community, but quickly discovered a critical shortage of DSPs. Stories of neglect, like DSPs taking Christine to their home to nap, showed how vital it is to have caring professional support. This is something that we do not want Christine to experience again, or anybody else. To ensure Christine's progress, I had to leave my 17-year career as a paraeducator to become her full-time caregiver. Initially, I thought this was temporary, but the lack of staffing has made me her best, and at this point, only option. As a small business owner, I am torn between giving Christine what she needs and what she deserves, and what our business needs to be able to be successful so we may continue to provide things for Christine. Christine thrives in activities like horseback riding, Special Olympics basketball, and her classes at Community Integrative Services in Manchester. But without more funding to attract and retain DSPs, I worry about her future. Who will care for her when I am no longer able? Will my daughter have to sacrifice her career in order to step in?
I urge you to prioritize funding for DSPs so families like mine and others that were here do not have to give up everything to ensure that our loved ones receive the care they need and deserve. I thank you for your time this evening in listening to my story. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Evans, followed by Frankie Kolak.
Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I am the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire. ABLE is a disability justice organization, and we fight for the civil and human rights of people with disabilities in New Hampshire. Let me be absolutely clear. This proposal to impose premiums on Medicaid is not just unacceptable, it is cruel. It is an attack on the very people our government is supposed to protect. Medicaid is not a handout, it is not a luxury, it is survival. It keeps people with disabilities in their homes, in their communities, and out of crisis. It is the difference between dignity and despair, and between life and death. And yet, this committee is actually considering forcing the poorest, sickest, and most vulnerable among us to pay for the care they need just to stay alive. Let's call this what it is, balancing the budget on the backs of people who have nowhere else to turn. The people who rely on Medicaid already navigate a world full of barriers. They fight every single day just to access basic health care, to find housing, to work against a system that is never built for them. And now, you want to make them fight harder, to force impossible choices between rent, food, and life-saving care. I urge you, drop this plan. Do not be the legislators who chose bureaucracy over humanity. Do not be the ones who decided that saving a few dollars mattered more than the lives of real people. Do better, because this is shameful. Thank you.
Frank Kolak, followed by Ludmila Jaka. Is Frankie Kolak here? Is Ludmila Seka here? Is Avery Opeland here from Plymouth? Hannah Lowell. It just says Vicki N. from Lebanon, New Hampshire. James Kelly from Concord.
All of the people just mentioned were sitting here. They left due to other time constraints, including James Kelly.
It's a long wait. Jane Marcus. You win. And is Lynn Willette here?
No,
She's not. How about Amy Upton? You're next.
So funny. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, right? Good evening, Chairman Weiler and members of the House Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Jane Marquis. I am a native Nashwan and have been the Director of Childcare at the Nashua Adult Learning Center for 32 years. We currently serve 72 young children, ages 6 weeks to 6 years, with their families, and they all come from varied socioeconomic and multicultural backgrounds. As a nonprofit childcare provider, I am here today to tell you about the important impact the recent workforce grant that we received in August has had on our community-based, high-quality childcare program. The workforce grant received in August has increased our ability to recruit and retain qualified childcare teachers, helping to maintain our childcare program's ability to serve our community. Some of the actual results that this workforce grant gave us were low teacher turnover, experienced and educated and enthused teachers, our own agency's investment in teachers through wage increases, and an unprecedented bonus award. I am very concerned that without the restoration of the $15 million in the state budget to recruit and retain qualified teachers could force our program to revert to struggling in those areas. This would cause our child care program's ability to serve our community to weaken and decrease significantly. I thank you for listening and for your consideration of child care workforce recruitment and retention in this next budget. Thank you.
All right, Amy Upton will be followed by, is Blake Mosman here? Carrie Durain, Wolfboro. Is she here? All right, you'll be next.
Good evening. My name is Amy Upton, and I reside in Bow, New Hampshire. And I'm here to talk to you about what I've been doing for the last 41 years, and that is providing childcare. I've been a childcare director in Concord for 35 years. I opened the program 35 years ago with 6 children, and I'm still there. And now, well, there's 100. We are licensed for 185. There's a lot more than that we serve. And over those years, I was trying to figure out how much my salary has changed, and it's a little bit too embarrassing to tell you. And although it's been tiresome to wait here to talk to you, the good news is that I am not tired of providing childcare. I've been doing it for a long time, and I am so thankful for the opportunity. I look forward to Monday as much as I look forward to Friday, as I look forward to Saturday. And it is mind-boggling to me that we would have the amount of money that we've had for the child care workforce, $15 million, to go from that to go to zero. And I am imploring you to please continue providing money for the child care workforce, just as I'm going to continue providing care for the children and families of Concord and the outlying areas. Throughout the years, I have gone from when I opened my program, I had an associate's degree. I have a master's degree now. My pay hasn't changed that much from when I had an associate's degree to a master's degree. And the reason why I got that degree was not necessarily to gain more knowledge, which I certainly did. I've also taught at UNH at Plymouth State and 20 years at NHTI in Concord. But the reason why I taught was I didn't have enough money to put my own children through college because of the amount of money that I made as a child care worker. So I taught college until my children were done going through college. And happy to say that they are all grown and serving our state of New Hampshire, 2 of them. So it's an important field, like you've heard already from many of my colleagues and from the CPA that works at my program, that took a huge pay cut to come and serve at Eastside Learning Center. And if that didn't happen, after 35 years, my program probably wouldn't be existing, because I am very good at managing children and managing staff. I am not very good at managing money or knowing how to go out there and get it. And I'm thankful that I have somebody that does know how to do that. As you've heard, a letter went out to our families. I think we've had over, probably in the last week, 150 emails of how upset and distraught parents are that we raised our rates. It was not that much. And the only reason they were raised at all is because I had a CPA that could figure out how much money we had to have to continue to pay our staff the amount of money that they are making right now, and still be able, which we were able to do, and give them slight raises due to the Child Care Workforce Grant, which now we don't have any, we can't go back and pay them less money. So just to maintain our staff that we have, the rates have had to increase for families, and numerous changes made, such as our availability for how much time we can offer due to staffing. So please continue providing money for the child care workforce so child care workers can continue doing their job. Thank you.
Okay, and I guess I got an answer. Was that Carrie?
I'm Carrie.
You're Carrie. All right. And Aaron also answered. Is that correct? All right, you're next.
Good evening.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today. Long, long day, and I really appreciate your time. My name is Carrie Duran. I live in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. I am the legislative liaison for Lakes Region Community Services. We serve those with developmental disabilities, hence the pink. Lots of pink today, lots of support for developmental services. But I'm here today to testify as a mom. I'm a single mom of 3 girls. I have 18-year-old twin girls who one is a freshman at Plymouth, one is a freshman at UNH, and I have a 13-year-old daughter, almost 14 next week, who was born with a developmental disability of Down syndrome. And I was really hoping she was going to be able to be here today. If she was, she would have shared with you her love of High School Musical, and she would tell you all about her dreams and plans of going to college at the UNH for You program. And what I would like to say as a mom is thank you. Thank you to always fully supporting developmental disability services. Thank you for supporting early supports and services so my daughter Katie could have the support she needed for speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, to be able to read at grade level, have beautiful penmanship, and have all of these big dreams. Because she got the supports that she needed, because she is in the in-home supports waiver program, Medicaid waiver program, she has the supports that she needs in our home to continue to thrive. She has the supports currently within our school district with a paraprofessional to be able to thrive at school. Of course, I'm concerned as a parent about special education. I am also very concerned about Medicaid. Being a recipient of Medicaid myself and the expanded Medicaid program and my 3 girls, I want to say thank you for fully funding Medicaid, not imposing premiums. As a single mom of 3, there is no way I could have afforded to take care of myself if I had to pay for those premiums. So I want to say thank you. Thank you for being able to help a mom like me in all of these years. For the first time, I am working full-time since before I had kids. I have not been able to have a full-time job since I became pregnant 19 years ago because I was a single parent. I was lower income. I live in subsidized housing, workforce housing, and I had a child with special needs to take care of. But thank you, because of all the services the state of New Hampshire has provided a family like mine, we are successful. And I want to make sure that other families are successful. So I implore you, please fully fund DD services, Medicaid, and thank you again so much for your time. It was a pleasure to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Aaron Osofsky, excuse me. How about, is
Can
Liz
you hear me?
Cote?
Everyone? Yes.
Just a minute. Is Liz Cody here? Amy Moore. Jennifer Belmont. I'm here. All right, you'll be next after Aaron. Thank you.
Yes, esteemed members of the House Finance Committee, thank you for still being awake and alert. I've come here to respectfully suggest that you reconsider the proposed budget, especially with regards to steep cuts in the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Behavioral Health, and the Department of Child Protection. Taking a machete to these already underfunded departments will leave them lifeless and ineffective. As I understand it, the overall budget will increase roughly 1% this year, with the largest decreases of about 25 to 30% among the aforementioned agencies, the very agencies that are most necessary to protect disabled children and adults, the most vulnerable people in our society. I'm here to explain why these proposed cuts would be a terrible idea and cause children and their families to suffer and even die. If you don't believe me, you'll have to enter into my world. One of my 2 boys has autism and is sleep kid. When my disabled son lived at home, I would have to tag team with my wife to stay up awake all night to make sure that he didn't flood the house or burn it down or egress and wander through the neighborhood where he was at risk of being hit by a car or freezing to death. He didn't have the capacity to navigate the world. It meant locking all the doors at night and turning off the microwave and the water main and unplugging the appliances just so we could get through an evening and a night. We did this while trying to raise our second neurotypical son as best as we could while going to our full-time jobs. This lifestyle was not sustainable, and it required me to drink vast quantities of coffee and eat at every opportunity just to stay awake so that I could parent. I became clinically obese, pre-diabetic. I took 5 pills for my heart, 3 blood pressure medications. My doctor told me I had to change this. I was on my way to disability and death, and I did change it. My son got access to the appropriate programs, and it changed all this, so all 4 of us could live and even thrive. So today I stand before you alive. I'm alive because my son has Medicaid funding. I'm alive because my son's funding pays for the necessary around-the-clock services that it takes for him to be safe. I'm rested and productive and healthy, and my wife and son are productive members of the society. Like loaves and fishes, every dollar spent on my son's Medicaid and behavioral program and protective services created health and wellness for myself, my family, my son, the community, and beyond New Hampshire even. There is truly a multiplier effect on health and wellness from disability funding, a trickle-down effect so great that it would make Ronald Reagan blush, if may rest in peace. So I respectfully suggest members of the House reject the steep cuts in the budget aimed at the Department of Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, and Child Protection. These cuts are fiscally irresponsible and a bad idea, and in my opinion, they're not the New Hampshire way. Thanks.
Okay, before I call on Jennifer, is Courtney Spalding Mayer here? Is Genevieve Christie here? How about Ken Good? Amanda Sears? Olivia Parzik? You're next after Jennifer. Thank you. Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Weiler and House Finance Committee. My name is Jennifer Belmont Earl. I live in Barrington with my husband and our 2 beautiful autistic boys, aged 8 and 5. I object to the number 63 part of HB 2, which directs the proceeds of the sale of the former Laconia State School campus property to be applied to the subsequent land, building, and improvements at 1 Granite Place. The Laconia State School is not a property like any other, but the site of the dehumanization of several generations of people with developmental disabilities, some of whose bones are buried there in unmarked graves before 1940, and when they dig it up to develop it, they will find them. These people deserve to be remembered, and I think some of the proceeds from the sale of the property should go towards that. My Aunt Kathy was born in 1953 in Portsmouth, and she had what today is developmental disabilities, and back then was called mental retardation. And the first thing the doctor said to my grandma was, do not send her to Laconia. So they didn't. My grandparents, Betty and Joe Belmont, became disability activists in Portsmouth with Great Bay Services, or ARC back then. And my Aunt Kathy held my boys when they were born. My grandpa was one of several concerned parents that Superintendent Richard Hungerford snuck into Laconia to film the horrendous living conditions that people were forced to endure in the 1950s. It's in the documentary Lost in Laconia if you haven't seen it. These activists hoped that the film they captured would compel the New Hampshire State Legislature, which passed legislation establishing Laconia State School in 1901, to act. They did not. Laconia was officially closed in 1991 after the landmark case Garrity v. Galen. When it closed, its former residents moved out into the community and received amazing services, and in many cases lived in group homes. One of these people was Nellie, a gentle and kind woman who was friends with my Aunt Kathy and lived at Great Bay. She spent most of her life at Laconia and said they were never allowed to go swimming, even though the Laconia State School overlooked the water. Yep. She didn't know how to use a fork and knife until she came out of there. I think that the people that survived Laconia should have a say in what some of the proceeds from the sale go towards. Setting aside a portion of the funds to be used as a memorial or a scholarship that benefits the developmental disability community could be one way of remembering these people and restoring their humanity. I'm happy to make myself a resource to you. Thank you.
Okay, let me go, before Olivia starts up, let me go through some other names. Is Jenny Horgan here? All right, you will be next after Olivia. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Olivia Parzik, and I'm from Bow, New Hampshire. I'm here today to testify in strong support of the ADRD Respite Grant Program. At just 21 years old, I have lived the reality of Alzheimer's caregiving. When my grandfather was diagnosed in 2021, my family made the decision to move my grandparents into our home, ensuring that he had the support he needed. At first, we managed, but soon it became impossible. He wandered outside, forgetting which house was ours. He became confused, anxious, and paranoid. The sundowning was the worst. He grew angry, aggressive, and unrecognizable to my grandmother, who could no longer sleep beside him. We installed cameras, door sensors, and took shifts just to keep him safe. Caregiving wasn't a responsibility, it consumed our lives. Even when we hired help, we were never truly off the clock. But those few hours of respite allowed us to keep up with work, school, and our own health. This support is essential. It prevents burnout and allows families to keep loved ones at home longer with dignity. Alzheimer's care isn't just emotionally exhausting, it's financially crippling. In just 2 months, we spent $22,000 on home care, and that wasn't even 24/7 coverage. When my grandfather transitioned into memory care, the financial strain only grew. $67,000 for 5 months at one facility, that's $13,000 per month, and $48,000 for 4 months at another, at $12,000 per month. Families like mine will do whatever it takes to care for our loved ones, but it comes at an unbearable cost. The funding the ADRD Respite Grant Program provides barely scratches the surface, but it is still a lifeline. This isn't just my family's story. More than 11 million Americans provide unpaid Alzheimer's care, totaling 18 billion hours each year. In New Hampshire, the state with the second oldest population in the country, the need for support is only growing. The financial and emotional burden leads to devastating burnout. Nearly 60% of Alzheimer's caregivers report high levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. These are families stretched beyond their limits, doing everything they can, but without the support they truly need. Alzheimer's caregiving is relentless. No one should have to choose between their loved one's care and financial ruin. I urge you to support it because caregivers need care too. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Jenny Horgan is next, but before she begins, I want to do another roll call here to see who's left. Louis Esposito, Bonnie Dunham, You'll be after her, you'll be after Jenny. Thank you for your patience. Jenny.
Thank you, Chairman Weiler and members of the committee. My name is Jenny Horgan. I'm the Senior Public Policy Manager at the Alzheimer's Association. And as you just heard from one of our amazing advocates, Olivia, we are here to ask for your support of the Alzheimer's and other related dementia respite grant program. In New Hampshire, there are an estimated more than 26,500 individuals living with Alzheimer's or other dementia, and an estimated 48,000 caregivers providing care to them. Caregivers of those living with Alzheimer's or dementia have incredibly challenging jobs, often assisting their loved ones with one or more daily activities of daily living, including bathing, dressing, eating, as well as multiple instrumental activities such as paying bills, shopping, and transportation. More than 80% of the help provided to older adults in the United States comes from family members, friends, or other unpaid caregivers. And in 2024 alone, as Olivia said, that's over 77 million hours of unpaid care. In order to provide care to their loved one, caregivers of people with dementia are more likely to report substantial emotional, financial, and physical difficulties than caregivers of people living without dementia. To further reduce the burden on caregivers, New Hampshire has the Alzheimer's and other related dementia respite grant program, which when received can assist a caregiver in acquiring alternative temporary care for their loved one so that they can take a break while knowing that their loved one is safely cared for. These services can be provided in a variety of settings, including the individual's home, assisted living facilities, and nursing homes. This temporary relief enables caregivers an opportunity to manage and improve their own health. Importantly, the ADRD Respite Grant Program can not only help caregivers reduce burnout, but also potentially allow an individual to delay entering a more costly living situation, like a long-term care facility, ultimately saving granted staters and the state significant long-term care costs. It is vitally important that when appropriate and if an individual so chooses, they are able to remain in their home as long as possible. Preventing caregiver burnout for those caring for the loved one living with Alzheimer's or dementia is instrumental to ensuring that choice exists. That's why we're asking for your support today for the funding for the ADRD Respite Grant Program. Thank you very much.
Okay, before Bonnie gets up to speak, I call Bonnie Dunham.
I'm Louis, or Louis, whatever you...
I did call your name?
Yes. I got excited and came right up.
Sorry.
I've been sitting here for a little bit.
Say your name again.
My name is Louis Esposito, and behind me is Bonnie Dunham.
Bonnie follows you?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. After Bonnie, let me go through some more names. Samuel Habib. He's left. Elizabeth from 40 Rogers Avenue in Concord. It looks, I can't quite make out the last name. I think it begins with an H. Might be Hannigan or Haddigan. Is Elizabeth here? Meredith Hatfield. All right. I got you on the list. And your name again?
Louis Esposito.
Okay, Louis. All right, and after you is Kristen. Thank you. Go ahead, Louis.
My name is Louis Esposito, and I serve as the Executive Director of ABLE New Hampshire. I'm not going to repeat, I'm sure you all are really hungry, all the testimony that you saw from everyone wearing pink today. Our voices are loud, and I hope you hear us. Between direct support workforce, housing, and DD services, Medicaid is an important part of all of our lives, and I hope you guys really heard that message today. So I'm not going to speak from that perspective. I'm also a former special education teacher of many years. You've heard plenty about education funding and people's opinions about that. I agree with that. I'm not going to get into specifics, but I'm not going to speak from that perspective. I'm also a parent of 2 young children. We've struggled with daycare bills throughout our lives until we got recently to kindergarten. I'm also a father, and I'm not going to speak from that perspective. I'm also a family member of a brother who's on the police force. I'm not going to speak from the perspective of that either, but I really feel that it's important for supporting retirement rights. But what I am here is a resident of Brookline, New Hampshire, and I just want you to know that I'm very concerned about the federal government and how would this budget affect if there were cuts from the federal level, if this was to pass or not to pass. Would the cuts affect Medicaid further than what you all are aware? Cuts to education, is that taken into account in some of these bills in your thought process? And if this is a reality, if passed, how would these services look if this bill is passed and the federal government? We're really nervous about that. Everyone here is really nervous about that, and it's something that no one has spoken about this whole entire evening. So I just want you all to, and please just to consider these very real threats. They're not hypothetical. They're very real, and we're very nervous about what could come. So thank you very much for all your time.
Okay, Kirsten Evans will be followed by Bonnie Dunham. Have I got something out of order here? Is Kirsten here? Bonnie was next. All right, I'm shuffling cards here too much. And then Kirsten.
I know you
What's
lost
that?
my place because I was gracious.
You're
and let
next
Louis go
after her.
first.
You decline? So somehow you... My cards are getting scrambled as I get fewer. I don't understand it. All right, so this is Bonnie, followed by Meredith Hatfield.
Thank you. I'm Bonnie Dunham, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire, along with 2 of your lovely committee members. And I want to say, as you consider this budget, please fully support funding for people with disabilities and their families. You could do that by fully funding the developmental services budget, family-centered early supports and services, adult services, and other critical funding programs, as well as sufficient funding to address the DSP shortage and other essential needs for families of people with disabilities. I'm the mom of a wonderful 44-year-old son who experiences, he's a complex young guy, combination of developmental disabilities. He's also fun, determined, and charming, and he wants me to make sure that you know that he's worked at Wendy's for 24 years. He pays taxes. He's the only one I know who's happy to do that, and spends some of his paycheck at local town shops and restaurants. He needs full-time one-on-one support in order to be a fully contributing and participating member of the community, and I sent you some pictures to show what his life looks like. He needs that level of assistance. Right now, he lives at home with my husband and I. We're 24/7 caretakers, and since his last DSP retired, and we have not been able to find a new one because of insufficient funding for DSPs, they can do better at McDonald's and Target. My husband and I, were both in our 70s, are supporting him at Wendy's 4 mornings a week before I go to my actual real job, and in his community-based activities. We need sufficient funding so DSPs can make a living wage, and we don't have to keep doing this forever, because honestly, we can't. My husband and I adore our son. He's really adorable. He's wonderful. He makes our lives joyful, and it's never dull. But without the services we receive through gateways, including respite so that we can get an occasional break, we just can't continue to support him in our home and in the community and save the state just so much money by doing that. Sean's quality of life is not assured. He's dependent upon the supports that he receives from us and the services he receives through gateways. And he's also very, very dependent on the budget that you pass. And so please not only pass a really responsible budget for people with disabilities, but make it so responsible that no matter what happens in Washington, New Hampshire people with disabilities are still protected. Thank you.
Okay, so we got Meredith Hatfield next, and she's here. All right, I'm going to go through some more names. See who's here. Brendan Williams. All right, you'll be after Meredith. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Meredith Hatfield, and I'm with the Nature Conservancy in New Hampshire. Thank you for your service, your patience, and your attention tonight. It's been a humbling afternoon. I'm here to raise issues with 2 proposals in House Bill 1 and House Bill 2. One has already been spoken to, so I'll be brief, and that is the proposed raid of the Renewable Energy Fund. House Bill 1 proposes to transfer $10 million from the ratepayer-funded Renewable Energy Fund to the general fund. We urge you to reject this proposal to sweep dedicated funds and shift them from their lawful intended uses that benefit electric ratepayers, from whom the funds were collected, and instead becomes an unlawful general tax. We believe shifting these funds is an improper use of dedicated ratepayer funds, and instead we urge you to direct the New Hampshire Department of Energy to actually spend those funds on eligible New Hampshire local energy projects as required by RSA 362F10. I will be submitting written testimony. I'll go into more detail on this issue. The second issue is the permitting streamlining proposals that are in House Bill 2. We are concerned about some aspects of these proposals, and again, I will cover this in more detail in written testimony, but wanted to bring them to your attention. We understand completely the goal of producing more housing in New Hampshire, particularly housing that is affordable and available for our workforce. However, these changes that are being proposed in the name of making environmental permitting easier for housing actually would apply to all development. And DES analysis shows that new housing only makes up 30% of alteration of terrain permits and only 10% of wetlands permits. So I just wanted to note that what we would be doing is changing and making permits easier for a wide range of development. We are concerned about proposed shifts of staff and duties from the Fish and Game Department and the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to DES. We deeply respect the work of DES, but we are concerned that this proposed streamlining that consolidates the staff and duties would be detrimental to the important services that DNCR's Natural Heritage Bureau and Fish and Game provide to protect the health, the water resources, and the wildlife of New Hampshire. We would urge you to take more time to review these complex proposals, including in front of the policy committees of the House, Environment and Agriculture, Resources, Recreation and Development, Fish and Game and Marine Resources, to name a few. We do want to thank DES for all the time they've spent with us explaining these changes to us, and also thank Division 1 and DES for supporting a change in the effective date. We think this is critical. If this goes into effect, if it moves forward, on June 30, the staff can't possibly make this happen effectively on July 1, and we think it would actually slow down and complicate permitting. So we thank Division 1 for that change, and I will make the rest of my comments in writing. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. Good evening. My name is Brendan Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Healthcare Association. We represent facility-based long-term care, nursing homes, assisted living, continuing care retirement communities, and also the Cedar Crest Center for Children with Disabilities. As you could perhaps imagine, our foremost priority in this budget is to see that there be a Medicaid rate increase for nursing homes and also for the Cedar Crest Center for Kids. That really is something that would build upon the good work that this body did in the current budget. When we look at the costs that nursing homes have incurred, for example, since the pandemic began, wage costs alone are up 36% for non-supervisory nursing home employees, and that's just since February of 2020 through January of this year. And yet our workforce is 7% smaller than it was in New Hampshire for nursing homes before the pandemic began. Despite these pay increases, we just can't find the workers. And it doesn't help that every day, roughly 1,200 registered nurses leave the state of New Hampshire to work in Massachusetts. So whatever we can do to keep Granite Staters here to serve our aging population is obviously a great investment. And I also want to tout Choices for Independence. This is an interconnected system. We rely upon home care, even though we represent facility-based care, because we discharge rehabilitated patients into the home care setting. My wife works in home health. She's had 3 clients go into nursing homes. The most recent lived to the age of 96 before she went into a nursing home. And although she will not return to her own home, I think that's a testament to the success of Choices for Independence. But the consequence to nursing homes is that people are entering when they're sicker, when they're older. We have one of the nation's oldest nursing home populations, and when their resources are depleted, which is where you come in. And I know you'll do the compassionate thing, again, in terms of providing a funding increase, notwithstanding the difficult state budget situation. I thank you very much for your public service.
Thank you. All right, going through and list again. Is Charles White here? Haley Elliott. Jillian Dunlap. Jason Andrews. Right here. All right, you're next. After Jason, is Marie Morgan here? You'll be following Jason. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Andrews. I'm from the Moore Center.
The people on my team that could be affected by these budgets changes are my home care providers and my day staff. I have been with my provider since 2017 and my day staff since 2021. Through the help of my career team, I was able to join the Rising Stars per group for 10 years ago, and I stand to you today as I stand before you as the president of Rising Stars. And my peers have confidence in me to be their president. Regulations funding for programs is so important to me and my peers. This money allows us to go out into the community and public and activities while making meaningful community connections. These programs help people like me and others on the DDD waivers continue to be successful and continue to live out in our communities. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. All right, Marie Morgan is next. Let me go through some more names and see who's here. Julie Yerkin from Bow, New Hampshire. Jeremiah Gitlin or Githy. Jeremiah, is he here? All right, you'll be next. Go ahead, Marie.
Good afternoon, Chairman Weiler, Finance Committee members. I realize it's been a long afternoon and I'll try to be brief. My name, as you mentioned, is Marie Morgan. I'm from Goffstown, New Hampshire. I agree with the testimony presented by these previous speakers regarding proposed cuts to so many programs impacting New Hampshire residents. I stand before you today because I have a question regarding House Bill 2 and the New Hampshire Constitution. It's my understanding that House Bill 2 is a budget bill, which is why it's in front of you as Finance Committee members. Yet, under Part 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 18A, written in 1984, it says that no section or footnote of any budget bill shall contain any provision which establishes, amends, or repeals statutory law, other than provisions establishing, amending, or repealing operating and capital expenses for the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government. Let me read it again. No section or footnote of any budget bill shall contain any provision which establishes, amends, or repeals statutory law, other than provisions establishing, amending, or repealing those operating and capital expenses for the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. So my question is this: if the New Hampshire Constitution says budget bills shall not do all that, why does House Bill 2 do it?
This refers to House Bill 1 when it says budget bills. House Bill 2 is not considered a budget bill, but
Why
it is
not?
the enabling legislation for the budget bill.
Well, it says any budget bill. So how is that defined? Any budget bill.
Because HB1 is budget bill. HB2 is enabling
Okay.
HB1.
Okay, so here's some examples from House Bill 2. Line 1, for example, it says, RSA 597, Section 2, regarding bail and release of defendants is repealed and reenacted, etc. Then line 2 says, RSA 212, Section A, talks about fish and game and endangered species is amended. Then we go on to line 19, requires school boards to adopt student cell phone policies. Another one defines the eligible student for the purposes of enrollment in EFA accounts. Another one expands the types of purposes for which educational trust funds may be used. Another authorizes the State Board of Education to modify determinations of education adequacy grants. And line 79 suspends revenue sharing with towns under
That's been in
RSA.
there since, I think, 2013. It's a different program that's referred to in that RSA that we haven't used that to share. We still do several sharing places in the budget, but not that particular one. And that's something we should probably just delete it, because we haven't shared along with that RSA for, I don't know, 12 years or so.
So I guess the bottom line
16
is this House Bill 2 a budget bill?
The answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, that was Marie, right? All right, so next, do we have Jeremy is going to speak. Let me go through some names, Jeremy, before you speak. Is Jackie Cowell here? All right, you're next after Jeremy. Thank you for your patience.
Hi, my name is Jeremiah Githu, and I'm here to speak in opposition of HB1 and the cutting of the UNH budget. I am a current sophomore at Plymouth State University, a proud cellular and molecular biology major, and the hub coordinator for New Hampshire Youth Movement at PSU. As was discussed by my peers, Plymouth State and the New Hampshire University system as a whole has been going through hard times because of diminished funding and low attendance. I have talked to students who, including myself, have faced the consequences of this. Diminished funding for their department, programs that were once established disappearing, and as of recent, a proposed cut to the humanities department, cutting 2/3 of the current faculty, and the consequence of this change, killing Plymouth State from the inside out. Interviewing students, I have seen the passion that we have for our campus, the beautiful white mountains, the wonderful facility who work day and night to support us, and the wonderful community made up of people from all around the area. But one thing is in common. Plymouth State University is dying, and it has been. New Hampshire is dead last in public university funding and has the highest in-state tuition rates to balance that out, putting the institution on the back of students. We are $7,000 below the median wage for per student funding. Let me be frank. A $16.5 million decrease over the next 2 years for the UNH system would kill our public universities that have been a resource for New Hampshire students to get cheaper public education since 1866 in the case of UNH, 1817 in the case of Plymouth State University, and 1909 for Keene State. With this, less and less of our high school students will be staying in state for education or work, leaving less of the younger generation in New Hampshire. Our universities are in danger, and this will effectively be the final nail in the coffin for UNH school systems. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. Before we go on to Jackie, I want to read a few more names. Is Cyrus Unger Bowditch here?
Yes, I am.
All right, you will be next. Thank you.
Good evening. How do you do? I'm Jackie Cowell from Early Learning, New Hampshire. We're a statewide nonprofit. Katie had mentioned it before. And we're here to talk with you about childcare, and I'm really appreciative of being able to talk to the whole committee. I had the chance to talk to Division 3 last week. So I've had a few childcare providers that were hoping to come today. They couldn't. They had some letters. I think they've uploaded them online. So, but I did want to read one of them to you from Alphabets in Manchester. They have 2 programs. And so Muriel Allard founded it 40 years ago. Her niece, Nicole Allard Nutter, runs it now. And so she shared this, and I want to share this with you. She said they have a licensed capacity of 323 at one childcare program, 264 at the other. They have ample space for more children. One of the programs could take 70 more kids, and the other one can take 130. And the only reason they're not full is the staffing shortage. And so their number one priority is restoring that $15 million in childcare workforce grants. And she mentions also that it was very successful for them when it came out in August last year of 2024. It helped them, you'll see in her letter, it helped them keep those credentialed staff, the ones who were really terrific at their jobs, they stayed. And so they're really hoping this continues. Just a quick story is that in 2023, these $15 million in workforce grants went out the door. It was very much a strong bipartisan vote to do this. They were general funds in 2023, and it was very important that, again, this strong bipartisan vote. In HB 2 as well, they did mention and direct that DHHS put that $15 million in this next biennium coming up, and they did. As you'll see on page 881, it is zeroed out in the governor's proposal. However, we do believe, and we'd love to work with you, we do believe there's funding available right now that can be used, that's an allowable use for these childcare workforce grants that would not require general funds. So I hope to work with you to restore it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Cyrus is next, and then State Representative Chris Schultz will be after that. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for still being here, given the hour. My name is Cyrus Unger-Bowditch. I am a student at Plymouth State University, and I'm here representing myself as a citizen and a voter in New Hampshire. I live in Plymouth, and I love my town, and I am deeply, deeply concerned not just about the university, but about the town itself, given the potential cuts to USNH. While a lot of what I'm going to say is applicable to USNH as a whole, given my own time at Plymouth State, which is where I currently am, I will primarily be referring to that. I mostly echo a lot of sentiments that fellow students of mine have brought up, especially things brought up by Jeremiah and Ethan, as you heard earlier. Plymouth State is kind of a lifeline directly to the north for a lot of economic opportunity. When school is in session, the town of Plymouth's size almost doubles. So businesses in town rely heavily on students being able to regularly come. I personally know someone who's working at a business that had to go from being open every day of the week to shutting down some days of the week because during off seasons, they could not maintain opening costs. A couple of other things I want to bring up is the fact that with the cuts already having happened, it's not like Plymouth State has some grand budget that they're able to work with. Over the past few years, they've already cut over 100 staff, and they've done every single thing that they can to, as little as possible, change the student experience, and therefore, as little as possible, prevent people from coming. It's coming now to the point where many people I've personally spoken to have wanted to transfer. Take their money, go somewhere else. Most people I've spoken to are planning to go to schools in Massachusetts. Many people that I've interacted with have come from Massachusetts and back to New Hampshire and come here to Plymouth and have loved the school but have expressed that part of them kind of regrets it given what the funding cuts that are happening now. The way that the school is designed is focused on innovation. It's focused on letting students look at a broad range of important perspectives from engineering to business to entrepreneurship when it comes to bringing innovation into New Hampshire, bringing economic gains into New Hampshire. And a cut like this to the schools as they are right now Given that, again, we are the lowest school, we are the lowest state in the nation when it comes to paying for public education, and even if we raised it by $1,000 per student at Plymouth State, we would still be 50th, and we would not have to worry about these cuts, and we would still be able to keep most of our faculty. All of that being said, I truly implore you, not for the sake of me as a student, but for the sake of me as a resident of Plymouth, and for the sake of all of the people that I know that are from further north and rely heavily on the economic input that having the university system in place as it is, to not execute it, to not choke the lifeblood out of the north of this state. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, before Representative Representative Schultz, I've got a few others here I think I read before, but I'll try them again. Shannon Tremblay, Lisa Wolford, Caitlin Bernier. Okay, you'll be after Representative Schultz. How about Mary Ann Barter? Okay. All right, so we got two more after Representative Schultz. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would have been fun to be the very last speaker, but I will be brief because I know you guys have had a very long day. My message is simple. You've probably heard a lot of stories about the most vulnerable in New Hampshire, and I think that that should be given the very first part of your priority when you look at the budget. I would say this category list includes children, mothers in need of help with childcare, mothers in general probably, seniors, people who are ill, people with disabilities, public school students, people in poverty, people earning low wages. I will remind you that we default to the federal minimum wage is $7.25. And you think, well, not many people make minimum wage in New Hampshire. About 130,000 Granite Staters earn less than $15 an hour. That is a vulnerable wage. I would include people with medical debt and student debt. And I would also add, I'm a city councilor here in Concord. And the one thing that I also know you've heard today is that we should stop the downshifting of costs to cities and towns, to all but the 12 most prosperous cities and towns in New Hampshire. That's like almost all of New Hampshire would benefit from that. So my message is simple. Please keep the most vulnerable at the top of your agenda and stop the downshifting of costs to our all but the 14 or so most prosperous cities and towns. And thank you for listening to so many people today. I know how hard that must be. Thank you.
Caitlin Bernier. Sorry you had to wait so long.
That's okay. I knew you did it on purpose, so I could be last. I get it. First, thank you guys for being here for the whole sun all the way up to all the way down. Very much appreciate it. So good evening, Honorable Chairman and valued members of the Finance Committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I'm in opposition of this budget. I live in Merrimack, where I'm a member of our school budget committee, planning and building committee, and a mother of two very preteen children who one of utilizes special education, and I am on a fixed income. I am speaking to you today as all of those things and many more active roles that I play in my community. As a budget committee member, I have been in your position, albeit on a much smaller scale, but I learned a lot from our public hearings about my community's needs and struggles. I also learned a lot about our district budget expenses and revenue, which we don't have much of and actually receive much less than I had anticipated since we are the 8th largest district in New Hampshire. The state has routinely reduced the amount of special education funding provided to our district despite inflation and is currently adding more barriers to grants and funding. The cost of funding an adequate education is not being met by the state, which in turn puts the cost burden on our taxpayers in the form of higher property taxes. The consistent concern with the increase in property taxes is prevalent throughout our community and our state, as you have all heard today. Yet we still see these nonstop bills to expand our EFAs. Your obligation is to the majority of children in New Hampshire that utilize public education first and foremost. The state, meaning you all, need to look at other avenues for revenue to adequately fund public education so seniors and those on fixed incomes aren't taxed out of their homes. I grew up in the town I am now choosing to raise my own children in, a town where we look out for our neighbors and work together to improve our community and solve our problems. My ask today is that you consider your neighbors, especially children and seniors, and your obligation to adequately fund a proper education without more burden on property taxes for your constituents. And I thank you very much again for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who did not get a chance to testify, who came here to testify? I am grateful to the members of the Finance Committee for the almost 5 hours that you have listened to the public. It's almost a record, and it's a very long thing, and Representative McGuire might want to make a further announcement.
Yeah, I think we should make Representative Peoples an honorary member of this committee because he was here the whole day long. Yeah.
And so was Jonah. Very.
98?
So we had 98 people that testified, about another 25, 26 names that I called that had to leave. So we've heard from a lot of the public. A lot of it was the same subject, but I hope you've all written down what you needed to know and what you plan to work on. I thank the committee, and you remember that Representative McGuire provided some refreshments up in the majority office.